All right, so we got Colby checked in, just looking for Lennon. Lennon. Here, a little bit of hooting and hollering out there. Looking for a check from Lennon Rowlett. Lennon Rowlett. Looks like us. As he makes his way on out now. Seth's getting them all dialed in here. While Lennon goes in here. Just a quick reminder, we are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Lifetime. If you guys want to check out any replays or get some live action, make sure you go ahead and tune on in. Leave a comment if you're in the chat. All right, looks like we got a couple marshals out there. We got two guys out there. Go ahead and let Steve make it to his spot. All right, you guys want to go ahead and just back up. Make sure you don't cross the line too early. Go like behind that bump if you can. There we go. All right, it's going to be race one of Junior Novice 15 and under. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for our Junior Novice 15 and under. Looks like Lennon with a little bit of an early roll. Colby trying to get away with this right now. Colby Hunt going to be the first one by with a 32-7. Lennon Rowlett, I believe he is your points leader right now with a 40.1. Colby running a 28.8 last time by. Here comes Lennon for his second lap around with a 30.5. Both these drivers starting to chip away time at their first laps. With 150 down and 310 left to go, it is Colby Hunt still on top of the board, 10.504. Trying to hunt down that 11 lap pace, but looking solid as he makes his way over onto the right side of the track now. Lennon with a little bit of an early roll on that tabletop. Looks like Colby might just make the same mistake in that same spot. Lennon's going to start closing in here. Trouble in the middle, trouble in the middle. Oh, two of those cars to get together. Looks like Lennon's going to sneak by, though. He ran his fast lap of the race with a 25.5. These two raced off the line, so it's going to be matter who can get to the line first. Try to hunt down that TQ time. Colby going for a bit of a tumble there in the middle. Lennon starting to build a little bit of a gap. This is what we saw from Colby early on. With only 2 minutes left to go. We are 3:30 down, 1:30 left to go. Looks like right now Colby is still out in front. Looks like he got by Lennon. It's going to be a good battle come main time. These two keep swapping left for 1 and 2 with only 1 minute left to go. Who is going to take down that top spot after round number 1? Looks like Lennon's starting to put a bit of a charge on, but just as I say that, gets it wrong over the step up. Still plenty of racing left, though. We only got 5 seconds left. Bit of trouble there for Colby on the inside.
1.
That is time, drivers. That is time. You will be done when you cross the line. Looks like Colby might either be taking it easier or might be on cutoff. Not quite sure. Looks like
Colby
he's like limping it to the line right there, but he's going to come across. Here comes Lennon.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished. Taking
Lennon
it down is going to
done.
be Colby Hunt in the 1 with a 10.519. Lennon Rella in that 2 with a 10.527. Pretty close race right there.
The race
Colby going to hold strong for that TQ spot in round number 1. Coming out next, it's going to be Spec Slash. It's going to be looking for Colton and Tony. Race number 2 should be Spec Slash.
Tony Hall.
All right, how are we looking on marshals out there? Maybe get one more at the start of the
Taylor.
straightaway and we should be good to go. Just need one at the start of the straightaway and we will be good to go here for our Spec Slash race number 2. Looks like Seth is going to help us out. Seth, you want to just go to the end of the straightaway? That should be pretty solid. Looks like we got the middle on lockdown. Thank you very much, sir. All right, this is going to be race number 2 of Spec Slash. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for our Spec Slash. It is Colton and Tony. I'm already starting to see early on here. It looks like this tabletop section is going to be one tricky spot. Already seen a couple of cars starting to roll it. Not sure if it's gotten a little steeper. Looks like that common line is starting to get chipped away a little bit. Might have to start running a different line through that tabletop. Colin trying to sneak by the inside early on. Already challenging Tony. Tony staying clean and consistent, though. Going to find himself on top of the board for lap number 1. Looks like Colton's going to sneak on by, though. Horsepower to the ground. Two very different driving styles we see here. Colton's got I would say, more of an aggressive driving style, but he can be fast if he can keep the wheels to the ground. Tony, more of a clean and consistent driver out there. Pretty much just trying to log as many laps as he can, keeping it smooth. Cool to see how even the driving differences plays out here in something like Spec Slash. With 145 down and 315 left to go. Colton last time by with his hot lap of 29.9, starting to break in the 20s. He finds himself on a 10.521 pace. We are a little more than halfway there for our Spec Slash.
Two minutes left.
With only 2 minutes left to go, it is still Colton on top of the board with a 10.518. Looks like he's running some pretty good laps here. 9, 32, and 30. He's coming across the line now. That is your orange and silver truck through that center section now. Over the double-double he goes. Looks like the ideal line for these Spec Slashes. You want to hit that first jump, and the second one you want to roll it. Colton going for a little tumble, stuck on the pipe right now. Gene going to get him going once again. Colton getting it wrong again. Tony starting to make up some time here.
One minute left.
One minute left to go, drivers. 1 minute left to go. Colton still on top of the board, still pretty much floating on a 10.533. trying to keep himself on that 10-lap pace, see if he can lock down TQ. But how about Tony running his fast lap of the race, 32.9 for him. He finds himself on a 9.520.
3, 2, 1.
Colton getting it wrong. Question is he going to make it by for 10 laps?
Colton Sailor done.
Looks like he's going to drop down on the last lap, down to a 9.504. Colton, you are done. Coming down the straightaway
All
now is
drivers are
Tony Hall.
finished.
Tony, you're done. Taking
Tony
it down
Hall
is going to
done.
be Colton with the TQ spot with a 9.504. Tony Hall going to come in second with a 9.517.
The race is completed.
Coming out next is going to be Sportsman E-Buggy. I'm going to be looking for Brian Gerber, John Shaw, Seth Rowlett, Austin Rubin, Brandon Smith, James Keaton, Brandon Goodnow, and David Higgins. Bobby Smith, you are in race number 4. That's going to be the next
Gerber.
one. Going to need a lot of marshalling help for this race. You're going to need a lot of marshalling help here. If I can get some volunteers to the track, this is where I'm going to need some help. This is one of those races that I was talking about. Marshaling's going to be a little tight. Looks like even Tom Bishop's going to help us out a little bit here.
David Higgins.
Let's start getting some volunteer marshals out there. I need some volunteers out there.
John Shaw.
Thank you very much, Gene.
JT Keaton.
All right, looks like we're probably going to need about 3 more volunteers. I'm going to need one in that middle
Seth
cone,
Death Roulette.
one in the far right,
Brandon
and one
Goodnow.
in the far left. As these drivers start to get checked in, need 3 volunteers, 3 volunteer marshals. Thank you very much, Jacob. Gonna need 2 more, 2 more. Just waiting on a check from Brandon Smith. All right, Brandon, you are checked in. Derek Bodie going to help us out. Thank you very much, sir. Looks like we need maybe 1 more volunteer. We're going to need one in the far left and one on the start of the straightaway. 2 pretty easy spots right there. All right, everybody is checked in. All stop on the track. All stop on the straightaway. All stop on the straightaway. Looks like everybody is checked in and good to go. Make sure you space yourself out, guys. You're racing the clock, not each other. We're going to be going live here in less than 5. And here we go here for our Sportsman E-Buggy Heat 1 of 1. Colton, make sure you are watching that left side over there. Yep, that side over there. Yep. Let's see how everything sorts out here for our Sportsman E-Buggy. Are we going to have a driver set it right now in our race number 3? Are we going to have one of the few drivers in race number 4 set down the time to beat for our E-Buggy division? Trouble in the middle. All clear, all clear. With 110 down and 350 left to go, It is Brandon Good now to the top of the board, 13-5-14. John Shaw, 13-5-14. Great battle going on there for 1 and 2. James Keaton finding himself now in that 3 spot. Looks like Austin Rubin starting to lay down some heaters. 23-2, fast lap of the race right there. Coming out next is going to be race number 4 of Open Knee Buggy. But taking a look back here at our race action, it is 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. Brandon Good now holding strong, starting to chip away his own time. He's on a 13-5-10. He was on a 5-14. Let's see if we can catch our leader next time by here. We're at that halfway point. Long lap for your leader here. Long lap for a lot of these drivers, actually. But just like that, Austin Rubin now going to take over the top spot, 13-5-21. John Shaw, 23-2. He's on a 5-01. Only about 2.5 back from Austin. Great battle going on here from 3 different drivers between Austin, John, and Brandon. Can't even count out Brian Gerber just yet. He's still in the fight in that number 4 spot.
2 minutes left.
Trouble at the end of the straightaway. Trouble at the end of the straightaway. All clear, all clear. That got a little scary. Saw a whole lot of cars coming. Tom almost catching one with a catcher's mitt right there. Looks like Austin's starting to find the groove just a little bit here. But just like that, Brandon Good now going to take over that top spot. Austin still close behind in that number 2. Both of those drivers on a 5:22, 5:23. John Shaw with a 5:24. It is still anybody's race right now for this race number 3. These quals go quick. Anything can happen.
1 minute left.
Only driver left on a 13-lap pace is Austin. Trying to keep himself ahead right now. Let's see if we can catch him next time by here. He was your leader, but Brandon Good now with a 22-6. His hot lap going to take over that top spot now. It is only 2.5. John Shaw needs 1, maybe 2 heaters at most to make it happen here in this race number 3. Another good lap there from Brandon, a 23-0. You got one more coming, Jacob. Good Marshall and didn't even see him. With only 5 seconds left.
2, 1.
That is time, drivers. That is time. Keep on going until the computer says you're done.
Brandon Good, no done.
Long lap
Brian
for your
Gerber
leader.
done.
Brandon and Brian, you're the only 2 done. Everybody else is still live. Keep on going. Seth and Brandon, you're both live.
John Shaw done.
John Shaw, you're done.
JT Keaton done. David Higgins done. Austin Rubin done.
Just waiting on a finish from Seth and Brandon.
Brandon Smith done.
And Seth coming across the
All
line.
drivers are finished.
All drivers are finished.
Seth
Taking
Mr.
it down
Depp,
is going to
done.
be Austin Rubin with a 13-5-22. Going to reset TQ. Let's see if it holds going on into race number 4 here. So we got a few of these sportsman guys mixed in. Let's take it easy as our marshals start to make their way on out there. Brandon Good now. How about I hear it's his first race? Just got news in the booth here. And Brian Gerber taking down the top 3. Good racing amongst those 3 drivers.
The race is completed.
But coming out now, it is going to be race number 4 of Open Knee Buggy. Make sure I get all my
Brakes
marshals
swipe
from that previous race out there to help me out. Should have plenty of
Steve
racers.
Hobson. Ripon Rylan Rubel.
Some
Hunter
fast
Hayes.
drivers in here. Definitely going to be one of the races to watch.
Ryan Noland.
I'll go ahead and call an all stop on the straightaway once we get people checked in.
J.C. Hunt. Bobby Smith. Derek
All
Body.
right. Looks like we're all checked. All right, all stop on the straightaway, drivers. All stop on the straightaway. Going to have one spot for a pipe repair. How we looking on marshals out there? Marshals are looking good right now. Thank you very much. All right, all stop on the track. All stop on the track. Just repairing one spot of pipe. Tom looking to help us out here. So right now, it looks like the only sportsman drivers we have in here are Steve Hobson and Hunter Hayes. Do they have anything for Austin Rubin's time of a 13.522? Pretty solid time right there. But I'm seeing some fast names here for Open E-Buggy as well. It's going to be a throwdown come main time. All right, looks like Tom is giving me the go-ahead. Looking good on marshals. All right. All right, drivers, it's going to be race number 4 of E-Buggy. We're going to be going live in less than 5. Looks like Ryan Nolan, my apologies, going to start us off here. Followed by Ripon Rylan Rubel, Bobby Smith. These drivers starting to space themselves out. That's how you do it right there. You're racing the clock, not each other. With 1 minute down in, 3:50 left to go, Rylan Rubel finds himself on top of the board. Ryan Nolan shooting right back. 14.518 for Ryan Nolan. 14.520. Derek Bodie going to find himself now in that third spot. Taking a look back at our sportsman E-Buggy. Was at the top of the board. Hunter Hayes now on top. Looks like it may not be good enough for a reset. Austin's time of 13.522 is looking pretty strong right now. But taking a look back at our racing action, it is all Ryan Nolan in that techno ride with the Sparko. Your running order is Rylan Noland in that number 1. Rylan Rubel in the 2, chasing down Noland, only about 1.5 back. Great battle for that number 1 spot. Derek Bodie in that 3. JC Hunt, Greg, and Bobby having a great battle for 4, 5, and 6. Only 3 seconds between the 3. Some good battles on track here. Let's pick up our leader next time by. This is Ryan Noland in the iconic hot pink wing. Might be red. Looks to me like a hot pink color. Doing everything right, though. Through that center section he goes. Great line right there. As he comes through the whoops over the kicker. Little whip for the fans. On making his way onto the straightaway now.
2 minutes left.
22-0. Almost his hot lap. Doing everything right now. with 3:15 down and 1:45 left to go. Good battle right now between Hunter and Steve. They're both on a 12:509. Not good enough for a reset, but still should put them pretty solid times for Sportsman E-Buggy. We'll put them up in that top 4 spot.
One minute left.
Ryland Rubel trying to chip away at that time that Nolan has built, but Nolan is on a 14-lap pace. Looking good right now. That is your pink wing, white, and I believe brown body. Making his way through the center. You know his colors. If he comes up on you, give him a little bit of room. How about a 21.5 from our leader last time by? With only 30 seconds left to go. Trouble at the start of the straightaway. All clear, all clear.
3, 2, 1.
Looks like we got a little bit of emotion going on here from
JC
some of the
Hunt done.
spectators. JC
Ribbon
Hunt, you're the only
Ryland
one
Rubel
done. Ryland Rubel, you're done.
Hunter Hayes done. Bobby Smith done.
Hunter, you're done. Bobby, you're done. Waiting on a finish from Steve, Ryan, Derek, and Greg. You will be done when you cross the line.
Derek Body done. Ryan Nolan done. Steve Hobson done.
Just waiting on a finish from Greg. Greg is last one to finish.
All drivers are finished.
All
Greg
drivers are
Swinek
finished.
done.
Taking it down is going to be Ryan Nolan with a 14.522. Good enough for that TQ spot. Coming home in the number 2 is going to be Rubel with a 13.502, and Bobby rounding out your top 3. Hunter and Steve, good racing there. Hunter going to finish it with a 12.503. Not good enough for a reset, but should, I believe, put him top 3 overall for Sportsman.
The race is completed.
So it looks like Austin Rubin is going to hold on to that top spot for Sportsman E-Buggy. Coming out now is going to be race number 5. That is going to be Open Nitro Truggy. Going to be looking for John and Seth. Just want to make sure we get our main spots covered for marshals, and any extra if you want to help us out going into race number 6. Going to need a little bit of help going into race number 6, and we should be good for the round. Looks like John is getting going. Looking for Seth Rowlett. Seth Rowlett. All right, looks like he's ramping up. All right, thank you, Tom. We're looking good on marshals out there. All right, we want to start getting everything going. Want to get people out there? Looking for John and Seth. John and Seth for a check. Oh, here Nitro outside the booth. Believe he's making his way on over now.
John Shaw.
All right, just waiting on a check from Seth. Waiting on a check from Seth.
Seth Mr. Death Roulette.
Seth is checked in. If you want to go ahead and get them rolling, I'll go ahead and get you guys next time by. We'll go ahead and get started. How we looking down there, John? All right, gonna get him refired. All right. Next time, next time by, you guys will be live. We're gonna be going live in less than 5. And here we go for our open Nitro Truggy. As these drivers start to get some laps in here, John rocking that white and green truck. Seth rocking the blue and gold paint job. Right now, it is John Shaw to the top of the board. Just like that, though, Seth is going to now take over that top spot with a 12.504. Bit of a long lap there for John with a 27.5. Seth running his hot lap of the race at 24.3 now. Just flirting with that 13 lap pace. Seth is rocking that yellow wing through the center section. He goes with 130 down and 330 left to go. Coming out next is going to be race number 6 of 4-wheel drive SCT. I'm going to be looking for Tony, Austin, David, Sean, and Derek. Make sure you guys are ready to go for race number 6. But taking a look back here at our race, it is all Seth Rowlett showing us the way now on a 13-lap pace, but I believe he had a bit of a rollover on that left side of the track. Might drop him down to the 12-lap pace. Yes, it does. John Shaw on a 5:07 of his own. With 240 down and 210 left to go, it is a little bit more than halfway. John Shaw running his hot lap, but that was a 23-0 last time by. Seth pretty close. He's on a 24-3 last time by as well. But right now, John showing us the way, starting to run some pretty good laps here late in this race. Just as I say that, gave him a little bit of the announcer's curse, getting it wrong through that step up. Was on a 13, but Seth's going to jump back now to that top spot. Who wants TQ after round one is the question. .345 down, 115 left to go. It is John Shaw out of the top of the board. Seth going to fire right back with a 23-3. John last time by, now going to snipe it right back with a 22-6. These times are getting quicker. Both of these drivers running their hot lap. But still, John looks like he has hot lap of the race. Another solid lap right there from Seth. With only 40 seconds left, who wants it? It is 2 seconds the gap between these two. John getting it a little bit wrong. Seth going to find himself upside down. That desperate time he needed right there.
Three, two, one.
That is time, drivers. That is time. Keep on going. Keep on going. John, you should still be live. Keep on going. Next time by, you should be done.
Seth, Mr. Death Roulette done.
All right, we got to make sure we got no children up on pit lane.
All drivers are finished. John Shaw done.
All right, John Shaw going to take it down with a 13.516. Seth Rowlett going to be in that number 2 with a 13.522. Tom, if you want to help us out here on pit lane, just want to make sure we don't have anybody hurt out there. Coming out next is going to be race number 6 of four-wheel drive SCT. I'm going to be looking for Tony, Austin, David, Sean, and Derek. If you want to start making your way out for four-wheel drive SCT, going to need a lot of help in the volunteer department. Going to need some volunteer marshals out there. Looks like I have some already starting to make their way out. Thank you very much, guys. Should be a pretty easy one here. Just four-wheel drive SCT. Some of these rides pretty much marshal themselves. Hey, Steve. You want to just help me out on pit lane? Turn around. You want to help me out? Thank you very much, sir. All right, how are we looking on marshals? Looks like we just need 2 marshals. Need one at the start and one at the end of the straightaway. 2 easy spots. We can get some volunteers out there. As these drivers start to get checked in here, just need 2 volunteers and we can get going. Need two volunteers, guys. If you want to go ahead and just run it over the line once more. Just want to make sure everybody is checked in.
Sean Holloway, Tony Hall, Austin Rubin, David Higgins.
Gonna need one volunteer for the start of the straightaway and one at the end of the straightaway as well. Need two volunteer marshals and we can get going here.
Derek Body,
Need two volunteer marshals. Need two volunteer marshals. Let's keep it going. We are looking good. Let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it rolling. Two volunteers to the track, one at the start, one at the end of the straightaway. Hunter's going to help us out. Thank you very much, sir. Just need one for the start, and we can get going here for our four-wheel drive SCT. You talking send one over there? He said he's got it locked down over there. All right, I trust you, man. All right, we're going to be going live in less than 5. Looks like Colton's actually going to help us out at the start. Thank you very much, sir. Bit of trouble over that far left side. A lot of tumbling going on lap 1. But looks like these guys are pretty much going to marshal themselves. So one thing I love with open four-wheel drive SCT, they pretty much marshal themselves. If they roll over, it's pretty hard to stay on the lid. Just get the power down to the ground and it will get going once again. Huge freight train of cars coming through that center section right now as they come across that crossover. Little bit of carnage, got 2 upside down. With 1 minute down and 4 minutes left to go. Who wants that top spot? It is going to be Derek Bodie to the top of the board with an 11.504. Austin Rubin in that 2 and 11.507. And David Higgins with 11.517. Looked like we had one go for a tumble over that double-double. Almost onto the straightaway. It is still Derek Bodie doing everything right. He's on a 12.514. Austin Rubin chasing him down with a 12.521. Only 2.2 back from your leader. Coming out next is going to be race 7. That is going to be Open Nitro Buggy. Going to be looking for Ryan, Bobby, Greg, Gene, Levi, and Cameron. Make sure you guys start getting those cars warmed up. As we are 2:30 down and 2:30 left to go. Make sure we start getting those nitros. Get them going. Get them going.
Two minutes left.
2 minutes left to go, drivers. 2 minutes left to go. Austin starting to reel in Derek, and just like that, a 23-1 from Austin Rubin. Going to take that top spot. He's on a 12.509. Looking good out there right now. Your leader. Yellow wheels through the left side of the track. Looks like he's got that truck dialed in. I believe that is a Techno just from the looks of it. Could be wrong, though. Either way, it looks good. Trouble at the end of the straightaway. That was your leader. Tell you what, Austin is absolutely flying out there. He finds himself in the 23 range. That's almost as fast as some of these open e-buggy times.
One minute left.
With 4:15 down and 45 seconds left to go, it is now Derek Bodie with a 23.7 long lap for Austin last time by. So Derek now finds himself to the top of the board. Your running order, it is Derek, Austin, David, Sean, and Tony. With only 30 seconds left to go, 30 seconds left to go, drivers.
Three, two, one.
That is time. That is time. Keep them going until it says you're done. You will be done when you cross the line. You will be done when you cross the line.
Sean Holloway done. Austin Rubin done. David Higgins done.
Just
Derek
waiting on a
Bodie
finish
done.
from Tony. Last to finish. Last to finish.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished.
Tony Hall
Taking
done.
it down is going to be Derek Bodie in that number one spot with a 12.507. Austin Rubin trailing behind with in that 12.501. Or I should say 5.11 in this case. David Higgins in the 3 with 11.509.
The race is completed.
Derek Bodie rocking that famous Traxxas body. Says it actually handles pretty good. Coming out now is going to be race 7 of Open Nitro Buggy. Going to be looking for Gene, Levi, Cameron, Ryan, Bobby, and Greg.
Bobby Smith. Greg Swiatek.
My marshals from last race and maybe 2 more. Looks like Thomas helping us out. Thank you very much, sir.
Levi Carter. Gene Sabatier. Ryan Noland.
All right, just need 1 marshal on that far left side. 1 marshal on that far left side. I'm also looking for a check from Cameron. Need a check from Cameron Landreth.
Cameron Landreth.
All right, looks like everybody is checked. Just need 1 marshal on that far left side. 1 marshal. Thank you very much, sir. All right, bring him in for fuel if you need it. Bring him in for fuel if you need it. Bring him in. Bring him in. All right, 30 seconds, driver. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. $20 seconds, drivers. 20 seconds. Going to be going live in 10. And going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go, drivers, for our open nitro buggy. Make sure you guys space yourself out. You're racing the clock, not each other. Let's see how everything sorts out here after about a minute time. Let's see how everything sorts out. With 1 minute down in, 4 minutes left to go, and it looks like Bobby Smith is to the top of the board. 13,504 for him. Ryan Noland in that number 2, and Greg going to round out your top 3 for Open Nitro. Taking a look back at our Sportsman Nitro, it is Cameron Landreth to the top of the board on a 13,522 pace. Fast pace right there from him. Levi Carter in that number 2, and Gene in that number 3. Trouble at the end of the straightaway. All clear, all clear. Coming out next is going to be race number 8. That is our final race of the round. I'm going to be looking for my open knee truggy drivers. That is going to be Greg, JC, Rylan, Brian, Steve, and Colton. But taking a look back at our race, it is now Ryan Nolan to the top of the board in open nitro buggy. Bobby Smith in that number 2, and Greg Swiatek in that number 3. But how about Cameron Landreth right now? He's on a 12,505. Pretty solid run from him. Gene in that 2, and Levi rounding out your top 3. Let's take a lap around with your leader, Ryan Noland. That should be that red famous wing coming through that middle section now over on the left side. You know his colors. That is your white and orange. Whip for the fans. Love to see it. Making his way onto the straightaway now. Greg going to give him all sorts of room. Good, clean driving. That's how you do it, drivers.
2 minutes left.
With 3 minutes down in, 2 minutes left to go. Let's see if we can catch a lap around with Cameron. Cameron laying down some good laps himself. Through the center section, he goes over onto the left side. Over that crossover. And over the kicker. And onto the straightaway he goes now. We are 3:30 down in, 1:30 left to go.
One minute left.
With 4 minutes down in, 1 minute left to go. 4 down, 1 to go. It is still Ryan Nolan showing us the way with a 13,507. He's got hot lap of the race with a 22.5. Bobby Smith still in that number 2. Greg trailing in that number 3. Taking a look back at our sportsman. Cameron just barely floating on a 13-lap pace right now, but he's on a 12,504, looking good. Gene not too far behind. He's on a 12,518 now. Levi Carter in that number 3.
3, 2, 1.
Keep on going, drivers. Keep on going. Everybody's still live. Everybody's still live.
Cameron Landreth done.
Cameron, you're done. Only one done.
Ryan Nolan done.
Ryan Nolan, you're done. You will be done when you cross the line.
Levi Carter done. Bobby Smith done.
Just waiting on a
All
finish
drivers
from
are
Greg.
finished.
And all
Greg
drivers are
Swiatek
finished.
done.
Taking it down for our open nitro buggy. It is going to be Ryan Nolan in that one, Bobby Smith in the 2, and Greg. Rounding out your top 3. Taking a look back at our Sportsman nitro buggy, it was Cameron rounding out the field with a 12.504. Gene in that 2, and Levi rounding out your top 3.
The race is completed. Brian Gerber.
All right, as my drivers start to make their way on out for open e-truck, you're going to need all my drivers from last race to get out there and marshal. Looking for a check from Brian, Steve, Colton, Greg, JC, and Rylan. Here, Rylan might be on a rent-a-ride today. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think he said it was Brandon Greenwell's truggy.
Colton Saylor. Steve Hobson.
All right, we just need, I believe, one marshal in that far right and one in the center section. We had 6 marshals last race. I want to make sure everybody's out there. I'm looking for Ryan, Cameron, Bobby, Gene, Greg, and Levi. Need my marshals out there from last race.
Greg Swiatek. JC Hunt. Rip and Rylan Rubel.
All right, all stop on the straightaway. All stop on this straightaway. Just need one marshal for that center cone. Who are we missing out there? Looks like we got Ryan out there. Cameron, yeah, Cameron's out there. Bobby Smith's out there. She Gene. Greg. Greg Swiatek, are you out there? Oh, he's running. That's right. And I believe Levi's out there, maybe. Yeah, Levi on the far right. All right, so we are good on marshals. That's an over part. My apologies. All right, Jacob's going to help us out. Thank you very much, sir. All right, driver, space yourself out. You're racing the clock, not each other. We're going to be going live in less than 5. Let these drivers get settled out. End of the straightaway, end of the straightaway. Take it easy on the end of the straightaway. End of the straightaway. All clear, all clear. Bit of a scary spot right there, but Jacob going to get him going once again. We are 110 down and 350 left to go. We are 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. It is Brian Gerber to the top of the board for Sportsman E-Truggy. Steve Hobson in the 2, not too far back, only about 4.5 from your leader, Colton Saylor, now in that number 3. Taking a look back at our open E-Truggy. Got Rylan Rubel in the rent-a-ride from Donald Hayes. Doing everything right. He's on a 14.520. Running a pretty solid pace right there for your leader. As he makes his way through that center section, Greg Swiatek in that 2, and JC Hunt rounding out your top 3. Hot lap of the race is going to go to Rylan Rubel with a 22.6. How about JC Hunt ripping a 23.3 of his own, running his new hot lap last time by. Let's take a peek with the first leader that comes by. I believe that is going to be Brian Gerber. Yes, it is. Brian Gerber is in that all-white truck, giving him room. Nice, clean driving right there. Courteous. That's what we'd like to see. Big pack of cars coming down the straightaway now with 3:30 down and 1:30 left to go. Not too much is changing. Pretty much everybody's logging laps at this point. Closest battle is 11 seconds on the track. But then again, it is a short race, so 11 seconds really doesn't mean too much. That's 1 or 2 mistakes at most.
One minute left.
With 4 minutes down and 1 minute left to go. It is still Brian Gerber leading the way in Sportsman E-Truggy. Steve Hobson starting to chip away little by little here on Brian. How about Steve Hobson with a 22.4? That's a heater right there from Mr. Hobson. Rylan Rubel with a 22.3. Everybody running hot laps last time by. Starting to find some pace here in these trucks. Brian Gerber firing right back with a 23.2. Not letting Steve get any room on him.
Three, two, one.
That is time, drivers. That is time. Keep on going until the computer says you're done. Brian, you're still live. Keep on going, sir.
Steve Hobson done.
All right, drivers, you will be finished when you cross the line.
Colton Saylor done. Greg Swiatek done. Ripon Rylan Rubel done.
Just waiting on a finish from JC and Brian. Last 2 to finish.
JC Hunt done.
All right, just waiting on a finish from Brian. Still got one coming around now.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished.
Brian
Taking
Gerber
it down, it's going to be Rylan Rubel in that one with a 14.518. Greg Swiatek in the 2, and JC rounding out your top 3 for Open E-Truggy. Taking a look at our Sportsman division, it was Brian Gerber to the top of the board with a 13.525. Sneaks into the 13 club right there. Steve Hobson in the 2, and Colton Saylor rounding out your top 3.
The race is completed.
All right, we're going to take about a 10-minute break here. Going to allow our track maintenance crew clean up some pipe, blow off the track, maybe get just a little bit of water out there. Didn't look too dusty. I think we just need a little bit of water on it, and we should be good to go. Looks like Tom's going to clean up a few spots. Might go jump on out there and help him out. Let's go ahead and aim for a 12:35 start time, and it's now 12:25. That gives us 10 minutes before we got to get back out there. I'm going to go ahead and sort out the races. Everything should pretty much be in the same order here. All right, drivers, round two is now up. Round two is now up. The only drivers I moved was based on time for open e-buggy and sportsman e-buggy. I went ahead and just based it on my two fastest times from sportsman and bumped them into open. So make sure if you're on that line, I believe that was Austin and Brandon Goodnow. You guys are now in race 4. And that's going to put Hunter and Steve down to race number 3. So make sure you guys are ready for that change. Outside of that, everything should be the same. Once again, we're going to try to aim for a 12:35 start time. That gives us about 5 minutes until I want to start getting my drivers out there for race number 1. That's going to be my junior novice, 15 and under. I believe that's going to be Lennon and Colby. I believe that's who it is off the top of my head. Let me double check here. Yes, I was right. That would be Colby and Lennon.
Colby Hunt.
All right, it is 12:35. We need our marshals from race number 8, Open E Truggy out here to marshal Q1 or Q2 Junior Novice. You guys will be hitting the track. Looking for Ryan Rubel, Greg, JC, Brian Gerber, which I already see, Steve Hobson, and Colton Saylor.
Lennon Roulette.
Again, I need my marshals from Open E Truggy. You know who you are. I know some of you are still in the pits, and I know you can hear me. I got 2 of my 6 marshals. I need the other. I'm still looking for Rylan, Greg, JC, Steve, and Colton. I see guys running now. All right, I got my racers ready and checked. I got 2 more marshals coming right now. All right. We look like we're good. I got Brian Gerber going back and forth. All right, I got you, Bri. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, drivers, 5 minutes on the tone. Race them fast, race them clean. Remember, you are racing the clock, not each other. And they're off. Colby Hunt hitting the line first. Colby Hunt having a little trouble. He's back up and running. Oh, your leader has a little trouble there through the shaloop. Brian Gerber, full sprint to the beginning of the straight. He gets him back on his wheels. Current TQ for this race is Colby Hunt with a 10.519. He's currently on a 10.517. Lenny's on a 9.05. One and a half down, 3.5 to go. We still have Colby up front on a 10.518. Lenny's on a 9.503. Looks like Lenny's closing in the gate here a little bit. Pushed it up to a 10.521. Oh, a little trouble for Lenny there coming through the chicane again. Oh, he's testing out that goalie pad. We are halfway. We are currently got Colby on a 10.508. Lenny's on a 9.510.
Two minutes left.
We still have Colby up front on a 10.512. Lenny closing it in. Now he's in a 10.519. Lenny's closing in quick. You got a minute remaining. Is that enough time for Lenny to close the gap?
1 minute left.
Lenny's really putting the pressure on now. He's 2 seconds back from the leader. They're both currently on a new TQ run. 7 seconds better. Oh, Lenny having a little trouble.
Three, two, one. Colby Hunt done.
Colby Hunt, you are done. Just waiting for Lenny.
All drivers are finished. Lennon Roulette done.
After the dust settles, Colby takes it down, setting a new TQ of 10.508. Lenny right behind him, 7 seconds back on a 10.515. That is your junior novice. Race number 2, bring him up.
The race is completed.
Spec Slash. Gonna need a little volunteer help here.
Tony Hall.
We got Tony Hall. He's checked already. Colton Saylor sending it deep around the first corner. Coming through to check it in.
Colton Saylor.
And we got both drivers that are checked. Just need a couple of volunteers for this one, and we should be good the rest of the way through. This is the only one that's a little light. If you are standing around and you have nothing better to do, and you want to help us out, keep this program rolling, just need a couple more marshals. We just got the all good, all thumbs. Looks like Brian Gerber is going to do the double duty again. All right, drivers. 5 minutes on the tone. Race them fast, race them clean. Remember, you are racing the clock, not each other. Colton Saylor sending it deep into the first corner. Current TQ for this is Colton Saylor with a 9.504. Let's see if Tony Hall can keep the heat on. Colton Saylor getting caught up in the center of the track. Oh, Tony getting caught up. Oh, Colton gives him a little help. Says, here, let me help you. I'm a little quicker than the marshal. Oh, we got a broken one out there. Colton Saylor with some tough luck. Looks like he broke a front arm. Don't know if that's a front arm or a front hub. So it looks like all eyes are on Tony on this one. It's like 5 minutes of free practice for Tony with marshals right here. All eyes on Tony. He's currently on a 9.511. He's 7 seconds off that TQ. Let's see if he can push it. He's got the whole racetrack to himself. Has a little trouble in the center section there. Gets it back on the wheels. It's back off and rolling. Tony trying to make up a little bit of time, airing it out across the big jump in the center, landing flat in the track. He's 4 seconds off that TQ pace now. He's
2
closing
minutes
in.
left.
He's got 2 minutes to push it. His fast lap of the race is 32.4. He flat lands it on all four. Looks like a pretty solid lap. Let's see where it puts him. He's still 4 seconds off.
One minute left.
Oh, he's 2 seconds off TQ now. He put down a heater there. Ran a 33 flat right there. Oh, trouble in the middle. Oh, he tries to air it out, save a little time, gets a little upside down, lands back on all fours. Here he comes down the straightaway. He's got to throw a hero lap here. Oh, and he parachutes. He's pushing that little Traxxas Slash for all it's got.
3, 2, 1. All drivers are
And
finished.
that is the time.
Tony
After
Hall
the
done.
dust settles, Colton Saylor able to hang on with that 9.504 that he set in round one. Tony Hall finishes up there with a 9.513.
The race is completed. Steve Hobson.
Race 3, this looks like a full one.
Brian Gerber. Denson Minton.
We're definitely going to need some help in the marshaling department on this race. We got a full field.
Hunter Hayes. David Higgins.
We got 9 cars in this one. This is all sportsman e-buggy here. James Keaton, give me a thumbs up. I don't know why. Oh, okay. He wants somebody else. Still looking for some marshals. We definitely need some volunteers for this one. We only had 2 racers in
John
that
Shaw.
last race. If you are standing around looking for
Seth
something to
Mr.
do,
General
burn a
Lad.
couple calories, don't be shy. Jump on out, butt on a bucket, and get this race underway. Still looking for checks from a couple of racers, James Keaton and Brandon Smith. Colton
JT
Saylor's
Keenan.
back out there. Looks like we got Jacob Rubel who's going to take a bucket here. Appreciate that, sir.
Brandon Smith.
All right. Looks like everybody's checked. We just need a couple more volunteer marshals. We need 3. We need 3 marshals. Looking for 3 volunteers. I need 3 volunteers. Find a friend, phone a friend, phone a friend here. We got 1 coming down. We're looking for 2. We're looking for 2. All right, guys, hold them at the end of the straightaway, please. We're looking for 1. We're looking for 1. 1 more. Thank you, Derek. Looks like Derek's going to go to the beginning of the straightaway. Derek Bodie to the beginning of the straightaway. Thank you, sir. All right. Looks like the time we're chasing in this is Austin Rubin with 13.522. Remember, guys, you are racing the clock, not each other, so you do not all have to take off at the same time. Give yourself plenty of space. Space yourselves out. 5 minutes on the tone. Race it fast, race it clean. And they're off. Got some Steve Hobson fans down there marshaling. Nice save by Steve Hobson there. Comes through that loop-de-loop, gets a little bump into the pipe, but gets it saved. Steve Hobson sending the message. He's on an early 13-5-10. That is currently a new TQ. Seth Rowlett, he's sending the message too. 13-5-21. David Higgins on a 12-5-03. John Shaw's on a 12-5-12. Steve Hobson throwing down heaters 23-6. Lap 1 right out of the gate. He's got plenty of open track in front of him. Nice and smooth. Trouble through the crossover section. Trouble through the crossover section. All clear. Looks like Andrew Bishop has a dead one. Brian Gerber with some tough luck. See him walking around shaking his head. All right, let's see where we're at. We're still got Steve Hobson on a 13-5-18. That's still good enough for a new TQ. Let's find your leader. He's coming over that crossover section now. He's coming through some lap traffic. Drag race down the straight. Steve gives him a little bump.
2 minutes left.
Steve is currently on a 13-5-16. That is enough for a new TQ. That is David Higgins. That's right in front of him on a 12-5-17. Still got Steve Hobson with a hot lap of a 23-4. David Higgins on a fast lap is a 24-7. John Shaw is a 24 flat. Brandon Smith on a 25 flat. Brian Gerber, he is out, but he had a 26. Still, your current running order is Steve Hobson on a 13-5-16. Hunter Hayes on a 12-5-05. David Higgins on a 12-5-13. Seth Rowlett on a 12-5-25. James Keaton, he's on a 12-5-26. It looks like your closest
1
race
minute
of the
left.
on the track as far as time goes between 4, 5, and 6, separated by less than a second. You got one upside down after the jump. All clear. That looked like Seth Rowlett with that custom clear body. Trouble in the loop-de-loop. The leader has a little trouble there. Gets tangled with some lappers. He's doing all he can do. 30 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. Keep pushing. Keep pushing.
3, 2, 1.
Everybody is still alive. Everybody is still alive.
Hunter
Keep
Hayes
them going.
done.
Keep them going. Keep them going.
Seth Mr. Death Roulette done. Denson Minton done. JT Keaton done. Steve Hobson done. David Higgins done.
Just looking for a couple more cars here. Hold tight. Hold tight. Hold tight. We still got a couple
Brandon
live
Smith
ones.
done. All drivers are finished.
That is
John
it.
Shaw done.
And after the dust settles, Steve Hobson's able to set a new TQ of 13.5, 21.2. That's less than 1 second quicker than Austin Rubin. Hunter Hayes finishes in that 2 spot with a 12.502. David Higgins on a 3rd with a 12.514. That is your race.
The race is completed.
Race number 4, open E-buggy with a couple of sportsman
Ribbon
E-buggies
Rylan
in
Rubel.
there. Steve Hobson had a good run there, got
Bobby
tangled
Smith.
with a little bit of lap traffic, pushed him back, but he was able to
Brandon
battle
Goodman.
back.
Austin Rubin. J.C. Hunt.
Looks like Andrew's got something going on with
Greg
Jacob
Swiatek.
Team Rubel down there. Team Rubel's got no gas. It says no gas. Pull the gas.
Ryan Noland. Derek Body.
They turn him loose. They turn him loose. All right. It looks like I have all my marshals. Trouble in the rollers. Trouble in the rollers. All right, drivers. Looks like all my marshaling spots are covered. I appreciate your hustle, guys. This is race number 4, open E-buggy with a couple sportsmen sprinkled in. Austin Rubin and Brandon Goodnow are the sportsmen sprinkled in. All right, guys, you got 5 minutes on the tone. Race them fast, race them clean. Remember, you do not all have to take off at the tone. Space yourself out. Give yourself the best opportunity for a clean racetrack. Here we go. I'll give you guys 1 minute in, see where we're shaking down. The battles seem pretty tight out there. I really haven't seen much space given or much space gained since the start of the race. Heater lap of the race goes to Ryan Nolan on a 21.8. Ryland Rubels at 22. Derek's on a 23. His a hot lap. Bobby Smith had a hot lap of a 23. All right, 1 minute down. 3 minutes remaining. We've got Ryan Noland on top, 13.508. Derek on a 13.510. Ryland Rubel on a 13.513. First, second, and third separated by less than 3 seconds. Let's see if Ryland can put his head down and charge hard and get to the back bumper. Ryan Nolan bumps it up to a 14.522. That was his TQ for round number 1. He's pushing that techno ride hard. That is your white car with gold and the bright hot pink wing. Oh, Ryland Rubel was just starting to catch him. Had a little trouble in the back corner. That's going to give Ryland a little bit of space. As far as our sportsman drivers, we got Brandon Good now. He's on a 12.513. Austin Rubin's on a 12.521. So it looks like Steve Hobson's 13.521 is
2
currently
minutes
holding
left.
for TQ with sportsman. Ryan Noland, he's on a 14.521, looking to reset his TQ by 1 second. Ryland Rubel, he's on a 13.507. Bobby Smith's on a 13.513. Hot lap of the race goes to Ryan Noland on a 21.8. For our sportsman drivers, Brandon Goodnow, his hot lap is a 23.3. Austin Rubens at a 22.9. Looks like Brandon and Austin are starting to click off some fast ones, starting to close in on that 13 lap run. But we still have Ryan Noland up top on a 14.520. Ryland Rubel on a 13.505. Bobby Smith on a 13.510. Derek's on a 13.513. JC and Greg. That is your running order for your pro division.
1 minute left.
Ryland Rubel ever so closely closing in on Ryan Noland. Difference of 4 seconds. He's pushing that Sparkle ride for all it's got. Oh, and just as I say that, I give him the announcer's curse. He has a little trouble in the center. You got 10 seconds remaining in this one, 10 seconds remaining in this one. We still have Brandon Goodnow up front for our sportsman, is followed by Austin.
2.
Still have in our pro division, we got Ryan, Ryland, Derek, Bobby, JC, and Greg.
Brandon Goodnow done. Ripon Rylan Rubel done. Austin Rubin done. Greg Swiatek done. JC Hunt done. Bobby Smith done. Ryan Noland done. All drivers are finished. Derek Body done.
And that is it. After the dust settles, it's Ryan Nolan hanging on to and setting a new TQ on a 14.517. Ryland Rubel on a 13.508. Derek Bodie on a 13.512. Bobby Smith on a 13.513. Followed by Greg and JC. Your running order for your sportsman division, Steve Hobson able to hold on and secure that TQ with a 13.521. Followed by Hunter Hayes in that 2 spot with a 12.502. Looks like Brandon is in that number 3 spot for your sportsman division. That is it for race number 4. Race number 5. Race number 5 looks like it's going to be Open Nitro Truggy. Just looking for my drivers from that last race. You know who you are. There was 7 of you. We should have no problem filling cones. Or in this case, buckets. We need butts on buckets.
Seth Mr. Death Roulette.
Still looking for a couple of marshals in the middle.
John Shaw.
Trouble coming up over the jump in the back. All right, drivers, if you want to bring them in, fuel them up, bring them in, fuel them up. This time by, bring them in, fuel them up, bring them in, fuel them up. Next time we will go live. I see one coming in for gas. We'll be going live in less than 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Loop is live. Loop is live. You got Jacob Rubel brushing off the corners while the race is going on. He says it's going to be a clean sweep, I think, that's what he was getting to. Looks like we got some spectators from the zoo following in, funneling in. The sound of that nitro just drags them in like the blue light for the bugs. Hopefully Derek remembered body clips in the back of his truck this time. All right, we got 1.5 down, 3.5 to go. We got Seth Rowlett up on top with a 13.517. John Shaw's on a 13.520. John Shaw currently has TQ with a 13.516. Seth is 1 second off of that TQ pace. Seth now sets that TQ pace with a 13.512 with that fresh, clean lap that time by. Well, let's see if John Shaw can answer. He's bumping it down as well. He's on a 13.519. They may be separated on the track, but they are not separated all but 7 seconds on the clock. Seth Rowlett holding it steady at the 13.513. Fast lap of the race set by Seth Rowlett with a 23 flat. John Shaw fast lap of the race is a 23.3. It's just the two of them. They have plenty of room to run out there with these big nitro truggies. Seth giving back 1 second on that lap by.
Two minutes left.
You heard the lady. 2 minutes remaining, 2 minutes remaining, 3 minutes down, 2 to go. We still have Seth on top on a 13.514. That's good enough for a new TQ by 2 seconds. John Shaw's on a 13.523. Seth getting it wrong a little in the middle there. Seth. And then we had John upside down in the backside over that little tabletop jump. Oh, Seth getting it wrong coming on. Looks like Seth coming down pit lane. He's not happy with something. Looks like it's pulling to the right. Is it a bench shock? What's going on there? Seth Rowlett says pull it off. Bench shock shaft, it looks like, folks.
1 minute left.
1 minute remaining. Oh, Seth. Heartbreak. He was on a new TQ as well. That leaves John Shaw out there. He's on a 12.504. These trucks are fast, but they're also heavy. You have to make sure you are landing them properly on all fours. 20 seconds remaining. 20 seconds remaining.
Three, two, one.
John Shaw, you are still live. You are still live, John. And that is it
All
for your
drivers are
Open Nitro
finished.
Druggy.
John Shaw
Taking it
done.
down is John Shaw with a 13.522. His round one race of 13.516 is enough to hold that TQ. Again, Seth had a fast car, but he had some unfortunate luck. Race number 6, we've got four-wheel drive short course.
The race is completed.
We're going to be looking for 5 drivers: Derek, Austin, David, Sean, and
Higgins.
Tony. Those are the drivers we're going to be looking for. We're also going to need a couple of volunteer marshals for this
Tony
race,
Hall.
as we only had a couple of drivers in that last one. Austin Rubin, you are in this race. Austin Rubin, you are in this race. I see you down there, chatting it
Sean
up like there's
Holloway.
no tomorrow. This is four-wheel drive short course. What parts are we looking for? I spot
Derek
him from
Body.
here. Oh, looks like we lost a wheel nut of some sort. Tony, I'll give you a minute, bud. You're good. Still looking for some marshals. Still need some butts on buckets. I got 3. I need at least 3 more. I need 3 more marshals. 3 more marshals. If you are bored and looking to burn some calories, it is a good opportunity. I'm not saying it's a guarantee that you're going to be running and drunning, but there's a strong possibility. I need 2 more. 2 more volunteers. 2 more volunteers. Looks like Colton Saylor is going to step down. We are only looking for 1. We need 1 more volunteer marshal. 1 more volunteer marshal. Looks like Colton's taking it up to the high side, so we need... Looks like Seth's going to go to the middle. Seth says we're good. We can cover it, but I'm going to give Tony Hall 1 minute, as he did ask for a minute. I see him walking back across now. He lost a wheel nut. Austin Rubin. Austin Rubin. You are up, my friend. He's running. He's running, folks. He's got that heart rate going. Now's the fun part. Slow it down before you got to go. I'll give you 1 lap to warm it up. 1 lap to warm it up if you want. Take 1 lap to warm it up if you want. He says, that's it. I'm good, guys. I'm good. You got to check it in, though.
Austin Rubin.
There you go. We are checked. We have our 5 drivers. We have plenty of marshals. Remember, guys, you are racing the clock, not the guy in front of you. So please space yourselves out. Give yourselves the best opportunity to have the clearest track for the longest time. 5 minutes on the toe. Race them fast, race them clean, and have fun. Track is hot. Track is hot. That's how to do it. Space them out. Space them out. Your current TQ for this is Derek on a 12.507. Let's see where things shake out. I know in round 1, Derek and Austin were battling back and forth. Derek coming swinging out of the gates on a 12.5 flat, followed by Sean on a 12.519, David on a 12.519, Austin on an 11.508. Lots can happen. That's only your first lap. Looks like Derek Bodie's a little quicker now that he's got the back of that body all buckled down. That is your leader currently coming down the straightaway, coming over the jumps in the lane number 2, over the big jump doubles, through the rollers in the center, under the crossover, around the loop-de-loop, and up over the step up, step down. Coming on to the straight. It looks like Derek Bodie's looking to set a new TQ with a 13.521. Austin Rubin's on a 12.513. Sean Holloway's on an 11.527. Austin Rubin setting a hot lap of his race with a 24.1. Derek Bodie comes right out of the gate with a 23.888. That looked like a little bump and run there at the end of the straightaway. Race number 7, Nitro Buggy. You guys should be starting to warm up. We got 2.5 minutes remaining. Austin Rubin getting tangled with lap traffic. Austin Rubin that time by taking over the number 1 spot with a 12.505. Derek having a rough one with a 12.509.
2 minutes left.
Oh, they're at a dead heat. Both 12.507 separated by 1/10 of a second. Still a minute and a half remaining. Lots of time, lots of racing. Let's see what happens. Who wants it more? Austin Rubin now bumping it down to a 12.503. Oh, but he rolls it. This one is a nail biter. It's going to come down right to the end. Oh, Austin getting it wrong again. He's having a little trouble. Buckle down, buckle down. You still got a minute.
One minute
Eric
left.
Bodie taking over that top spot back to a 12.506. Austin on a 12.508. I had a rough lap, But if he can clean it up, he'll get right back to that backside of that bumper. Austin Rubin now taking over that top spot of the 12.510. Derek on a 12.513. At this point, Derek Bodie's 12.507 still looking like it's going to take down that TQ unless Austin can put in 2 good laps here from here on out. Oh, and that might seal Austin's fate. He's stuck into the wall. Colton sends him on his way.
3, 2, 1.
Everybody's still alive. Everybody's still
Sean Harlow
alive.
done. Derek Body done.
Everyone this time by will be done. Everyone this time by will be done.
Austin Rubin done. Tony Hall done. All drivers are finished. David Higgins done.
All right. After the dust settles, we got Derek taking down TQ in short course with a 12.507, followed by Austin with a 12.518. David on an 11.521. Sean on a 10.5 flat. All right. This is your open nitro buggy.
The race is completed. Levi Carter. Bobby Smith. Ryan Noland. Greg Swiatek. Cameron Landreth. Jean Sabatier.
I need my marshals all out there, all 5 of you. We need one marshal in the middle, one marshal in the middle. We need one marshal in the middle, one marshal in the middle. We need one more marshal in the middle. All right, it looks like we have all my buckets filled. Drivers, bring them in, bring them in, bring them in. Bobby Smith, I will give you that trip around. You will be the last car if you want fuel. Bobby Smith, I see him jumping over the pipe. We're going to be going live in less than 15. Seth Rowlett, he will be the first car going live. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Loop is live. Loop is live. He's coming. He'll be out there before he goes back out. I don't even know who that is. I'll just add a lap to him. Where's the leader? He just came over. Oh, we got a flame out. There he goes. Should. Nope. I'll add a lap. Now we're going to throw. All right, we got 2 minutes down, 3 to go. We got Cameron up top, followed by Gene, Levi, Roy. For our pro division, we got Ryan up top, followed by Bobby, followed by Greg. We got Cameron in that sportsman division. He's running up top on a 13.5, 24. Gene on a 12.5 flat. And then for our open division, we got Ryan up top, followed by Bobby, followed by Greg. Trouble in the center, trouble in the center, all clear. Be careful on the backside over that jump, that little hip jump. All clear. Glare right on the thing, and I can't see in that corner.
One minute left.
1 minute remaining, 1 minute remaining. We still have Cameron up top in the sportsman division on a 12.502, followed by Gene on a 12.513. For our pro division or open division, we got Ryan, Bobby, and Greg. That is your current running order, 1, 2, and 3. Oh. But you better hurry back because you got to set up the mains. Yeah. Hot lap this race for open division goes to Ryan Noland on a 22-1. Bobby Smith's 22-4. It was a 4.
3, 2, 1.
Everybody's still live. Everybody's still live. Keep them racing. Keep them racing.
Cameron Landreth done. Bobby Smith done. Ryan Noland done. Greg Swiatek done. All drivers are finished.
That is it. Everybody
Gene
is
Sabatier
finished.
done.
Everybody is completed. Please bring him in, shut him down, and get out there and turn marshal. Looks like Ryan Noland's going to hang on to that TQ with his round one with a 13.514. I'm sorry, got correct. Ryan Noland setting a new TQ with a 14.516. Bobby Smith's on a 13.508. In our sportsman division, it was Cameron with a 12.510 and Gene with a 12.514.
The race is completed. Rip and Rylan Rubel.
Austin
Brian
to the
Berber.
announcer's booth.
Steve Hobson. Colton Saylor.
Just looking for a check from Greg and JC. Greg and JC, there's no check from you yet. I'm not sure if you've crossed the line. Looks like I'm going to need one
Greg
more
Swiatek.
volunteer marshal in the middle. I mean, I know Ryan Noland's fast, but I don't want to put all that pressure on him. Need one more volunteer marshal in the middle. One more volunteer marshal in the middle. Still looking for JC Hunt. JC Hunt, there is no check from you. There's JC right there coming up now. Looks like Austin Rubin. Hold yourself, hold yourself, hold yourself. There you go. You're clear. Watch him coming across that jump. Careful on the straightaway, guys. I have a marshal there. All right. Looks like we have everybody checked. This is our Open E, Truggy, and Sportsman division all wrapped up in one. Remember, guys, you are racing the clock, not each other. 5 minutes on the tone. Race it fast, race it clean. Let's see who can set new TQs here. That's Rylan Rubel with the rental ride. Hitting that line first. I believe that is Donald Hayes' rental ride that he's got. He's helping break it in for next week for the Georgia Peach Race. Got some fast laps out of the gate. Brian Gerber 23-8, Colton 24, Steve 27, Rylan Rubel 22, Greg 24, JC Hunt 25. That is your first lap out of the gate. Careful over the little hip jump in the back. All clear. We got 130 down, 330 to go. We've got Steve up front with a 13.521, followed by Colton with a 12.507, and Brian on a 12.515 for our sportsman division. For our open division, we have Ryan Rubel on a 14.517, Greg on a 13.521, JC Hunt on a 12.518. So it looks like Ryan Rubel's just a tick off his TQ from round 1 of 1 second. And it looks like Steve Hobson's on a new TQ set for sportsman. He's 2 seconds to the good right now. Let's see where it shakes out. He's got 2 minutes to go. Trouble after the jump. All clear.
Two minutes left.
You heard the lady. 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. We still have Steve up front with a 13.521. Rylan Rubel at 14.518. Same pace he ran in round 1 for his TQ. Got a couple cars getting together through the center section. Work together, guys. Work together.
One minute left.
That looks like JC Hunt and Brian Gerber mixing it up in the center section there. That last lap by. Looks like they've given each other a little race room here. Ryan Rubel. That time by. New TQ pace, 14.517. Hot lap of the race, 21.9. Oh, he gets it wrong. Coming over the backside, coming onto the straight. Gets it straightened out. Gives that back. Now he's 14.520. He's 2 seconds slower than his previous race.
Three, two, one. JC Hunt done.
JC Hunt is the only one done. Everybody else is still alive.
Brian Gerber done. Colton Saylor done. Greg Swiatek done.
Everybody will be done this time by.
Ripon Rylan Rubel done. All drivers are finished. Steve Hobson
And
done.
after the dust settles, Rylan Rubel taking down the overall TQ with a 14.518 from round number 1. And in your sportsman division, Steve Hobson taking down a new TQ 13-5-21.
The race is completed.
Test 1 2, test 1 2. All right, drivers, we're probably going to take about a 20-minute break here as we get our mains all sorted up. If I can get members of my track maintenance crew out there, we'll go ahead and get the track. Test 1 2, test 1 2. But once again, if you want to go ahead and get members of my track crew out there for blowing off the track, getting a little bit of water out there, go ahead and join you and help you on that as I get things sorted here going into the mains. Just a reminder, we're looking at about 2:10 to 2:15 start. That gives us about 20 minutes. All right, drivers, the mains should be posted and live. The mains are live. I managed to find a way, so there is absolutely no overlaps. Kind of rare that happens, but that way there, I can get everybody spaced out. Make sure you guys double check where you're at, as there's a few races. I believe it's like race 4 through 8 that moved around a little bit. So make sure you guys are ready to go. As once again, I moved a couple of races around just to make it easier for absolutely no overlaps. Test 1 2. All right, drivers, it is 2:21. Let's start getting everybody out there for our mains. Coming up first is going to be Junior Novice, race 1 of 8. Going to be looking for Colby and Lennon. If you guys want to start making your way out there for our 8-minute main, I'm going to need my marshals from Open E-Truggy A main. That's going to be Rylan, Greg, JC, Steve, Brian, and Colton. Want to get me out there, start getting some marshaling. Make sure you leave plenty of battery in that car, Colby, as it is an 8-minute race. Don't take too many practice laps. Don't need any cutouts. Once again, I am going to need my marshals from race number 8, Open E-Truggy. All right, we're still looking for Lennon. Lennon Rowlett. Oh, looks like he's making his way out now. All right, let's start getting our marshals out there. Once again, I need my Open E-Truggy marshals. That's going to be Rylan, Greg, JC, Steve, Brian, and Colton. Going to be a pretty easy one. We have 2 junior novice drivers out there. Looks like we got Colton. Give me the thumbs up. Trying to get some of these light marshal races out early. If we can get these races done quick, we should be good for the rest of the race program.
Lennon Roulette. Colby Hunt.
All right, looks like both my drivers are checked in. Let's go ahead and do an all stop on the straightaway. Let's get you guys lined up. Colby Hunt is going to be in that number 1. Lennon Rowlett's going to find himself in that number 2. As my marshals start to make their way out there. Thank you very much, guys, for the help. Like I said, we got about 2 more races of volunteer marshals needed, and we should be pretty much good to go for the rest of the program. Getting our low marshal races out of the way early. All right, here we go, drivers. This is our junior novice A main. We're going to be going live in less than 5. Holy cow. Lennon sending it early. Putting the power to the ground. Little antsy off the start. But Marshall gets him going once again. Talking to Colby, he said he wants to just try to keep it cool, calm, and collected out there. Let's see how everything sorts out here. You had your phone fall out of your pocket. Right now, with 1 minute down and 7 minutes left to go, Colby Hunt doing everything right, running a 29.5. Lennon's looks like he's on a decent lap right here. How about a 28.0, making up about a second and a half on your leader? Track is looking prime. Track is looking fresh. Weather is amazing out there right now. Great day for racing. Thank you once again for everybody coming out for our round number 5. Seems to be a well-versed series so far. Good battles across the board. But taking a look back at our race, we got 140 down, 6:20 left to go. It is all Colby Hunt on that 17.8 flat pace. Lennon getting it a little bit wrong, but Colby doing the same thing as he makes his way through that crossover. Looks like Lennon looking to make up a little bit of time here. A little bit of whip for the fans. Getting it wrong. Trying to jump back over the pipe. Who wants it is the question. It is a 4.3 second gap with 2:10 down. Colby rocking that blue and green machine through the center. Making his way under the crossover. Here comes Lennon. Now making that same maneuver. Good line right there from Lennon. Trying to make up a little time. It was 4.3. What is it this time through? It is 3.5. Made up 7/10 that lap. It is all about who can keep the wheels down to the pavement. Here we go. This battle is starting to heat up. They are separated by maybe 2 corners. These two great friends off the track, but on the track, they are rivals trying to take down that top spot. Looks like Lennon getting just a little bit wide, but Colby doing the same. Just trading mistakes back and forth. Here we go. That gap has shrunk to maybe a corner at best. With 3:20 down and 4:40 left to go, we are almost halfway there. Lennon getting it wrong. Marshall getting him going quick once again. Still plenty of racing. Colby rolling in at the end of the straightaway, but lands wheels down. Good battle for our junior novice. Who wants that top spot? 1 and 2. Battle rages on through that center section. Colby getting it wrong. Just like that, Lennon gets it wrong too. Both in the same corner. Colby lost the lead for maybe about half a second. Holy cow. Little bit of a barrel roll looked like coming onto the straightaway. We're a little more than halfway there. Here we go. This battle rages on through that center section. Lennon going for a little bit of a hip jump, it looks like. May have caught the pipe just a little too tight on that corner. Not too bad, as they are still a pretty close gap. It is only 2.9. Colby getting it wrong again. That end of the straightaway is tough. Trying to hit it clean and consistent, it is not easy. With 4:45 down, 3:15 left to go. Tell you what, only 2 drivers out there right now, but this battle has been awesome all race long. Lennon starting to close the gap just a little bit. Colby getting a little sideways, a little drifting action. Good line for both of these drivers right there. Lennon right on that back bumper right now of Colby. Here we go. Lennon going just a little bit too hard on the power. Just barely getting over that little kicker jump. But if you hit it right, it pays dividends. 5:30 down and 2:30 left to go. Time's ticking away here between these two drivers. Lennon smelled blood in the water all race. Colby doing everything he can to keep the wheels down to the ground, keeping it clean and consistent. Sick whip there from Lennon. New hot lap from Colby. But looks like Lennon is just about going to match it. With only 2 minutes left to go, it has been a battle of maybe 2 corners at best this entire race here. Who wants that top spot? Looks like Lennon just got a little bit of that dust, but straightens himself back out. One and two, maybe a straightaway separates them both. Colby almost clipping that pipe. How about Lennon airing it out, trying to make up some time? And yes, he did. He made up maybe a 1.5 seconds right there. Going a little bit wide. Colby getting it wrong over that kicker. Lennon doing the same thing. 1 and 2. 6:55 down, 1 minute left to go. Here we go. The battle is on for that top spot. Lennon going a little bit wide. Colby side by side. Both of them sending it. 1 and 2 through that center section they go. Up under. Looks like Lennon almost getting it wrong. Both over that crossover section. Colby pushing that buggy for everything it's got right now. This could be the last lap. It depends on how things shake out here. They might get one more. Colby airing it. He needs to try to find just a little bit of time out there. Uh-oh. Lennon going off the track, getting into that dust. Here comes Colby. Going to sneak on by, but Lennon right behind. Are they going to make it by for one more? Lennon going a little bit wide.
3.
He's got 3 seconds to make it happen. It's going to be close, but Lennon just barely caught at the line. What a battle all the way to the finish. Just barely getting caught by the clock there. Going just a little bit wide on that far left. Here comes Colby on his victory lap right now. What a great battle amongst these two youngsters. Awesome battle. Showing us how it's done. Colby just trying to make his way around now. Probably shaking up there a little bit of excitement, getting it wrong, but still on his victory lap nonetheless.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished.
Colby
Taking it down is going to be Colby Hunt in the 1, Lennon Rowlett in that number 2. Great race amongst you guys right there. It was awesome to watch up here in the booth.
The race is completed.
Coming out next, though, is going to be race number 2. I hear Colton and Tony are going to put on a show for us. These two have been neck and neck all day here in Spec Slash. Colton, I would definitely say, can definitely put down a quicker lap, but he's got to keep it wheels to the clay. But Tony is king of consistency.
Tony Hall.
Just a reminder, we will do pictures after you marshal. So once you guys race and marshal, please take your cars over to podiums for podium pictures. Thank you to all my volunteers helping me out there. You guys know what to do. Just need one at the end of the straightaway, and we should be good to go. Thank you very much, guys. Look at that. Even Gene looking to help us out. Thank you very much.
Colton Saylor.
Gene, if you want to sit this one out and help me next race, I'd be more than happy to take that. All right, both of these drivers are checked in. It is going to be Colton Saylor in that number 1 and Tony Hall in the number 2. Colin, if you want to give yourself a little room, I don't want to see you get caught on the pipe early on. All right, there we go. He said we are looking good. All right, drivers, going to be an 8-minute main for our Spec Slash. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go. The battle is on between these two. Let's see how everything sorts out here. Tony's going to be on a mission this race. Is that consistency going to pay off? Or is Colton just going to try to lay down some heaters and try to take off with it? I believe Tony was almost on a TQ run in round number 2. Only 2 seconds back, and he made one small bobble in the middle. Colton getting it wrong coming out of the straightaway, but self-marshals. Here we go. The battle is heating up here between 1 and 2. That is Colton and Tony. Tony made up, looks like a pretty good gap right here. Just as I say that, gave him a little bit of a curse. My apologies, Tony. Still plenty of racing left, nonetheless. Either way, they still ran a hot lap. With 140 down, 620 left to go. It was 7.1 at the line last time through. It should be a whole lot closer this lap. It is now 4.3. Looks like Tony made up about 2.5 seconds on Colton right there. Oh, no, don't tell me Colton is out early. Was it that same part? It may have been. Tough break there for Colton. Real sad as the battle was heating up right there. Looks like Tony's back to just running some practice laps at this point. No pressure, Tony. Everybody is watching. We need to see some real clean laps here. You're gonna call it? All right. More than welcome to keep on racing, man. All right, he said call it. Oh, okay.
The race is completed.
Well, taking it down is going to be Tony Hall. Kind of sounds odd to say with a 5.258. Tough break there for Colton. That was going to be a great battle between those two. Hopefully everybody's ready for round 3. I'll give you guys a bit of an extra minute. Going to need John and Seth to start getting ready for Open Nitro Truggy. Like I said, I'll go ahead and give you guys an extra minute as I know we ended a bit early there. We're going to need a bit of volunteer help for our Open Nitro Truggy main. It's going to be 2 cars out there. Should be a pretty easy marshal. Get the easy spots now. Get them out of the way. Once again, I'm going to be looking for Seth and John. Let's start getting them ready out there for Open Nitro Truggy. Looks like John is getting her all fired up. Seth has his truck running as well. Gene, do you want to take either that center cone or the one in the middle?
Seth, Mr.
Whatever one
Deadball
works. Looks like Jacob's going to help us in the middle. Thank you very much, sir. All right, so we just need one marshal at the end of the straightaway, and we should be good on marshals. One marshal at the end of the straightaway. Help us out here. Keep this program rolling. Holy cow. John almost going for a little bit of a flip at the end of the pit lane right there. All right, drivers, I'll go ahead and give you 30 seconds. Get your laps in here. Get all warmed up. Still need one marshal for the end of the straightaway. One marshal for the end of the straightaway.
John Shaw.
Need one volunteer for the end of the straightaway. One volunteer marshal. Jacob, do you want to... Oh, never mind. Okay. We should be all good. Thank you very much, sir. All right, let's start bringing them in. Start bringing them in, drivers. It's going to be John Shaw in that number 1 and Seth in that number 2 spot. Good opportunity here for some points. I believe Tim Brisbane was looking pretty good on our points scale. If our pit guys want to start making their way out there. All right, they're starting to make their way out right now. Greg, you got to move back one spot. John is number 1, Seth in the number 2. There we go. All good, all good. All right, drivers, let's start fueling them up, fueling them up, fueling them up. To get them all fueled up. All right, ring them out, ring them out, ring them out. Down and quiet. Bit of a late start there. My apologies. But either way, we are good for our Open Nitro Truggy A main. The battle has been on between these two drivers. John Shaw took the TQ in round number 1. Seth was looking to reset, but had an unfortunate break in round number 2. I believe that was the front arm. I was working on his Nitro truck. These drivers are going to be looking at a 1 pit stop strategy. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think any Nitros can make it for 15. I could be wrong. Maybe they got an extra fuel tank installed in there. We will see, though. Let's see how everything sorts out amongst these two drivers here. Right now it is Seth Rowlett showing us the way. He's in that gold and blue. Through that center section he goes. John Shaw close in tow, making his way through the crossover. These two running pretty similar laps. 23.5 from Seth, 23.3 from John. This battle most likely is just going to come down to consistency. Maybe even fuel strategy might play into this. It really depends on how close this battle stays between these two. With 2 minutes down, 13 minutes left to go. How about a 23.34 from John? Resetting his hot lap that time through. Starting to chip away little by little on Seth here. He only needs about 4.4. Looks like John might have just a little bit more raw pace, but a few bobbles is all it's going to cost him. He's got to try to keep this battle close with Seth Rowlett. Used to Seth running the all clear machine, but looks like he's got some paint on now. Little whip for the fans right there. Got a ton of airtime coming over that kicker. Even John doing the same. That might be the hotline right there. It was 4.9. About a 23.4 from Seth. His hot lap of the race. John going to back it up with a low 24. Not letting Seth get away with it. As it looks like these drivers are starting to find themselves settling in. Letting those cars warm up a little bit. One thing I love talking about, typically these nitros, you set them a little stiffer so that as they warm up, they start to come in. You might see some of the faster laps about mid-race when there's still plenty of tire left. This should be a good lap here for John, maybe even his hot lap. I was right on the money with a 22.9, now breaking into the 22s. Starting to find some serious pace in that truck right now, trying to reel in Seth. 4.3, this is the closest it's been so far. With 4:30 down, 10:30 left to go. It is still a great battle amongst these two drivers. Great to see, despite only two drivers out there, it is still a good battle on the track. Seth trying to do everything right. Got me a little nervous. I thought he went a little wide right there, but was power down. Holy cow, Seth getting it a little bit wrong over the double. John's going to close in right now. Great line right there from John as he bounces it off the pipe. Even two-wheeling it coming through that left side, running that car on the edge of grip. 3.7 is the gap between these two. This might be a battle of the fuel guys here. Our fuel guys are going to have to be money. That second or two could be all the difference between these two drivers. John just getting it a little bit wrong. With 5:45 down, 9:15 left to go. Seth trying to keep it clean and consistent right now as he makes his way through the whoop section. Over the crossover. Sees John right underneath him as he jumps over. Tell you what, John's truck looks good through that right side of the track. He's got that money. It's time to start thinking about those pit stops, drivers. Seth with a little bit of a bobble. Question is, do you push it and try to get a little more space? Or do you come in at that halfway mark, make sure you got plenty of fuel? John's starting to close that gap just a little bit as he makes his way through the crossover. Great line right there from John. He is right on the back bumper now of Seth Rowlett. This is the closest it's been all race. How about a 22.9 from John? Here we go through that double section. John trying to catch him. It is 7 minutes down, 8 minutes left to go. Seth going a little bit wide, going to let John sneak on by. John getting it wrong. Seth's going to sneak right to the inside once again, closing that door. The battle is on, 1 and 2. Seth and John, here we go through that double. They're going to start thinking about pit stops here. Let's get a little action from our pit lane cam. John's going to sneak on by just as I looked away. They're fueling up right now. Who's going to be the first one in? Seth's going to go on by. John's going to come in for fuel. Needs a good pit stop here. Making sure he's filled with plenty of fuel. Gets him going once again. That's 1 in. John, plenty of fuel to finish the race here. Question is Seth going to come in this lap? It looks like his pit guy is ready to go here. Here we go. On our pit lane cam. Needs a good pit stop. Little bit of a bobble, but making sure he's full of fuel gets him going once again. That is a great stop there from Greg. Maybe made up a second or two, but you see it out on the track right there. We find ourselves at almost the same gap we found ourselves at all race with 8:30 down, 6:30 left to go. Now the question is that going to be the decider right there? The difference of a pit, as these two are pretty much running the same laps. Looks like John's going to get it wrong. Looks like this is the most breathing room Seth has had all race. But still plenty of racing left. John still has almost 6 minutes to make up some time here. Seth Rowlett trying to do everything right. Just as I say that, gets bobbing on a pipe. Luckily, doesn't land upside down, as he's got a little less than half a track right now on John. But don't count him out just yet. Anything can happen. 2 bobbles is all it will take. With 10:15 down, 4:45 left to go. John getting a little bit sideways over that kicker. But he's got to try to push that truck, try to close the gap a little bit on Seth, as he's running clean and consistent laps here. Coming out next is going to be race number 4. That is going to be Open E-Buggy A-Man. I'm going to be looking for Ryan, Rylan, Bobby, Derek, Greg, and JC. Uh-oh, your leader getting it wrong. Kind of a tough spot right now. Marshall trying to get him going once again. But that is that time that John desperately needed. It was 12.7. Now it's 7.8. It is back within that reaching distance. He can smell that number one with 3:30 left to go. 3:30 left to go, drivers. John needs to try to put his head down here, get some heaters out of that truck, but he is looking good right now. It was 7.8. Now he's made up almost a second that lap. String a couple of those together, and you'll be right on that back bumper. Great line right there from John Shaw. Man, that was a good lap right there. That might be a hot lap. It was close. It was a 23.0. Made up almost another second on Seth here. He's starting to find some serious pace in this truck late into this race. Pushing it for everything it's got right now. Who is it going to be? The white and green of John Shaw, or is it going to be Seth Rowlett rocking that blue and gold? It's 4.6. He is closing in fast on Seth. Great line right there. Looks like he's finding quite a bit of time through that center section. Figured something out. Using it to make up a ton of time. It is now 3.2. With 2 minutes left to go. Who wants that number one spot?
2 minutes left.
Seth starting to feel the pressure now on from John Shaw. We talked about it earlier. Could this be the difference of a pit stop? It might just be like that. Or is John going to try to make the move late in this race here? Seth sending it through that double-double right now. Through the center section he goes. Great line right there from John. Getting a little swirly. Putting the power to the ground right now. Absolutely ripping. Holy cow. John getting it wrong. Seth getting it wrong. Still plenty of racing left. Was that the breathing room that Seth needed to get away from John? But I'll tell you what, John's got a fast truggy. Great battle all the way to the end here with 1 minute left to go.
1 minute left.
Good lap right there from John, but Seth holding strong with a 23.6 of his own. These drivers might have 3 laps left in them. John looks like he's pushing it right now. They're probably going to make 2 more. Here we go. The battle's on between 1 and 2, Seth and John. Coming through that center section. Great line right there. Going just a little bit wide. Oh, John getting it wrong on the right side. Seth just trying to keep it clean and consistent at this point, as this is going to be their last lap between these two drivers. Can Seth take it home? Seth going on 2 wheels. Almost throwing it away right at the line right there. Wowzer. Holy cow.
Seth, Mr.
Taking it down is going to be Seth Rowlett. John Shaw taking it home in the number 2.
All drivers are finished.
All drivers are finished. Great battle between those 2 drivers. Seth was on 2 wheels for maybe a good second and a half on that left side. That got a little scary. Can't imagine what he was thinking as he saw that. Great battle amongst those drivers, though. Putting on a show for us, even with 2 guys out there. It was still a great race either way. Coming out next is going to be Open E-Buggy A-Main. Going to need a few volunteers out there. Should be the last one that I need. Quite a few. Trying to get the the volunteer marshals races that I need out early.
Ripon Rylan Rubel.
Get them out of the way quick. Seth, you had me a little nervous over on that left side.
JC Hunt.
Holy cow. Couple more degrees, that thing would have been on the lid. Trouble over on the left side of the track.
Derek Body. Ryan Noland.
Seth, I got one upside
Greg
down by the
Swiatek.
Rhino Racing sign. He's up against the wall. Once again, I'm going to need my volunteer marshals out there. Gonna need some volunteers. Give me some help out there, drivers. These guys are the pros. They know what to do. They should be able to keep it wheels to the track pretty well.
Bobby Smith.
Looks like I got 3 volunteers making their way out. Thank you very much, guys. All right, all stop on the straightaway. All stop on the straightaway. You are clear. No more cars coming. All right, just going to need one marshal at the start of the straightaway, and we are good to go. Let's go ahead and get you guys lined up. It is going to be Ryan Noland in that number 1 spot, Rylan Rubel in the 2, Bobby Smith in the number 3, Derek Bodie in the 4, Greg Swiatek in the 5, and JC Hunt rounding out your top 6. Just going to need one marshal at the start of the straightaway, and we can get this show on the road. I think Jacob's going to help us out. Looks like he is. Thank you very much, sir. Should be good. Thank you guys very much for the... Oh, Colin, do you want to take the start of the straightaway? You are the man. Thank you very much, sir. That's how we do it right there. Thank you guys so much for the volunteer help. Kept racing great all weekend long. All right, drivers, it's going to be a 10-minute main. Let's take it easy. You guys know what to do. You are the pros. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for our Open E-Buggy A main. Ryan Noland has been an absolute tear with that Techno machine. These drivers showing us how it's done. No big mistakes as of yet. But how about Rylan Rubel not letting him get away early? Rocking that new J Concepts rubber. Talking to him a few weeks ago. He's been loving it so far. But I'll tell you what. Ryan Noland getting it wrong. How about Rubel almost going through him? Giving him a little love tap on the side right there. The Mohawk machine finds himself out in that number 1 spot, ripping Rylan Rubel. Hopefully found that problem out in the back wheel, I believe it was. Said it was making a little bit of a weird noise, but right now he's doing everything right now. Over that kicker he goes. Ryan Noland in the 2, Bobby Smith in that number 3, Derek Bodie in the 4, Greg Swiatek in the 5, and JC Hunt rounding out your top 6. Holy cow, bit of a jump pass right there from Greg Swiatek getting over Bobby. The battle is on between 1 and 2 right now, though, as they go through that double section. Rylan Rubel doing everything right in that orange machine. Little whip right there, but Nolan not letting him get away early. Great battle down the straightaway we go. It is Sparko versus Techno. They make their way through that center section underneath the crossover. Looks like Ryan's got a really good line right there. Holding the lines just a little bit tighter, but Rylan's trying to put the power down to the ground. Over the kicker he goes. Every point matters right now. I believe there is a battle going on in our point series between Rylan and Ryan. Through the center section they go, racing clean. That's what we like to see. Who is going to be the first to make a mistake if there is a mistake? Thank you very much for the courteous driving. letting our two leaders on by. Derek Bodie, though, keeping it close right now. He's only about 6 seconds out between these two. Looks like Ryan might be toying with him just a little bit. He's waiting for him to make a mistake, but Rylan Rubel keeping the door slammed shut on him. Here we go. That battle still rages on through that center section. 1 and 2. It is bumper to bumper action right now. Ryan looking to the inside. Rylan closing it off, though. As they start to make their way out to the end of the straightaway. Great inside pass there from Ryan Nolan. That was the one slip up he needed from Rubel. Looked like Rylan just went a little bit wide, and that's all it took. Gave him maybe 2 car lengths at most. But Rylan's not finished just yet here. Rylan getting it wrong. I don't think he got tangled with Greg. It was close. Maybe just some intervening lines right there. But that's going to give a little bit of breathing room to Ryan Nolan. He ran a 21.8 fast lap last time by. With that little bit of breathing room he found, he's starting to look and put down some good laps. How about a 21.5 from your leader? Starting to throw down some serious hot laps here. Rylan's going to have to start pushing it, try to find a little bit of pace on our leader. Great line right there from Rylan. But right now it is 4:30 down, 5:30 left to go. Your running orders: Ryan, Nolan, Rylan, Derek, Bobby, Greg, and JC. Looks like Bobby Smith is trying to hunt down Derek Bodie for that top 3 spot. Trying to find himself on the podium. How about Rylan Rubel now finds himself to the 21 club. Starting to make his way around now. One driver I don't want to count out just yet is Derek Bodie. He started in the 4, finds himself in that 3 spot. He's looking clean and consistent. These leaders make a few mistakes. That's all it will take. The gap was 6.1 last time by. Our driver's giving these leaders plenty of room. It is 5.5 now. Looks like Rylan's starting to close the gap a little bit with 5:45 down and 4:15 left to go. Man, it is crazy watching some of these guys drive out there, how clean and consistent they are. Trouble over the kicker, trouble over that kicker. All clear, all clear. Is that one mistake all it's going to take? As these two leaders start to find themselves starting to gap the field a little bit. Got about a 10-second gap on Derek in that 3rd spot, so the battle rages on between these two. It has pretty much been 3, maybe 4 corners at best ever since Rylan had that small bobble over on the right side. Both of these drivers doing everything right, just trying to hope for some sort of mistake. With 7 minutes down and only 3 minutes left to go. Everybody pretty much spread out at this point. The closest battle is still between Ryan and Rylan. But going back to what I was saying, it's tough to make up time as they are super consistent drivers. Maybe a second or 2 at best. Looks like Rylan got a little bit wrong, but So did Ryan. So no harm, no foul there. Ryan going sideways right there, landing on two wheels, almost landing on the rim. Wowzer. Rylan was almost pretty much sideways over that kicker. Not sure how he got it wheels down, but it is only 6.6 between these two. Trouble over the kicker. Trouble over that kicker. All clear, all clear. Ryan Nolan getting it wrong. Traffic might start playing into this now as Ryan finds himself in between these cars. They're going to give him plenty of room, though, letting him race. Rylan made up about 2 seconds that lap. With 8:30 down, 1:30 left to go. Coming out next is going to be race number 5. Going to be looking for my Sportsman e-buggy drivers. That is a good race to watch right there as well. We have a stacked main of about 11 drivers in that. But taking a look back at our race, Rylan trying to chip away that time with only a minute 15. How about a 21.7? Starting to find some pace here. Pushing that Mohawk machine for everything it's got right now.
1 minute left.
With only 1 minute left to go. Ryan getting a little bit loose through that center section, but corrects it out. As he jumps over, sees Rylan right underneath him. That is the battle on the track. Only one car between these two. Going to give him plenty of room. Great driving there from Derek Bodie. Rylan getting it wrong. Pretty much pushing it. Holy. Marshall jumping over a car right there. Great heads up driving right there. Looks like Rylan's going to make it by for one more. But it looks like Ryan Nolan's just trying to smooth sail it home unless something crazy happens here.
1. Bobby Smith done.
Bobby Smith, you are caught at the line with a fast lap of a 22.5
Ryan
on your
Nolan
last
done.
lap. Ryan Nolan, you're done. All 4 drivers will be done when you guys cross the line.
Derek Body done. Greg Swiatek done.
Just waiting on a finish from
Rylan
Rylan.
Rubel done.
And JC, last to finish. One to finish.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are
JC
finished.
Hunt
Taking
done.
it down is going to be Ryan Nolan in the 1 with a 27.10.05. Rylan Rubel in the 2 with a 27.10.18. And Derek rounding out your top 3.
The race is completed.
Coming out now is going to be Sportsman e-buggy A-Main. I'm
Ryan
going to need
Smith.
all my drivers from last race to help me
Hunter
out. And
Hayes.
Marshall, maybe one more volunteer. As I believe we need 7 marshals out there. Trouble over the crossover. Trouble over the crossover. We have a dead, or I should say a dead buggy, but an upside down buggy over the crossover.
David Higgins. Steve Hobson.
As Derek tries to help us out here. Thank you very much, sir. Still a dead buggy over that crossover.
JT Keaton.
All clear, all clear. Don't need anybody braking too early on here.
Brian Gerber.
That straightaway is still open. Let's make sure we don't see anybody hit.
John Shaw. Brandon Goodnow.
All right, need a check from Austin, Seth, and Denson.
Denson Minton. Austin Rubin.
All right, just looking for a check from Seth Rowlett. How are we looking on marshals out there? I'm going to need 1 marshal on that right side and 1 in the middle.
Seth Mr. Death Roulette.
All right, just Need one marshal on that far right. Let's do an all stop on the straightaway. All stop on the straightaway. Make sure you guys save your batteries. This is a 10-minute main. Oh, you're going to help us out. You are the man. Thank you very much, sir. Ryan, do we need a quick pipe repair over there? He says send it. All right. All right, looks like we got our marshals out there. The running order is going to be Steve Hobson in the 1, Austin Rubin in the 2, Hunter Hayes in the 3, Brandon Goodnow in the 4, Brian in the 5, John in the 6, David in the 7, James in the 8, Seth in the 9, Denson in the 10, and Brandon Smith rounding out your top 11. These guys getting it done, already lined up, showing us like true professionals out there. All right, drivers, going to be a 10-minute race. Let's take it easy through the first turn. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for our Sportsman A main. Let's see how everything sorts out here. I can't believe Steve got through. All sorts of carnage coming through that center section. How is everything going to sort out here? A whole gaggle of cars coming through that right side of the track right now. But who's on top of the board is the question. It is Brandon Goodnow from the 4 to the 1. Steve Hobson shooting it to the inside, makes the pass happen on that jump right there. You're 2 and 3 getting tangled. Steve finding himself just a little bit of breathing room. Here we go. The battle is on. This is a long race ahead of us. Anything can happen. Still lots of carnage 2 through 6, but it looks like Steve Hobson is the man to watch right now. One upside down at the end of the straightaway. I'll try to call it out as I see it. Your running order is Hobson in the 1, Hunter in the 2, John in the 3, Brandon in the 4, and Austin rounding out your top 5. All sorts of position changes going on here. Austin Rubin, though, has been on fire in this Sportsman e-buggy class. Trouble at the end of the straightaway. Trouble in the middle of the straightaway. Stay outside. Stay outside. You are clear after this buggy. Steve Hobson, your leader, is in that orange, blue, and gray. If he comes up on you, give him a little bit of love as he makes his way through the double-double. Our track vice president showing us how it's done. Saying he might help run this place, but he can still throw it down on the track when it matters. I believe that might have been Austin Rubin getting it wrong. Hunter Hayes going to get on by. I believe he's still running that HB machine. Helped him tune up that car, but he's looking good right now. Steve Hobson starting to make his way through traffic as he goes through those 2 rollers. Trying to do everything right now. Your leader coming across the line down the straightaway. He goes. All sorts of cars through this double-double. This is going to be tough for Steve to get through. Let's see how everything shakes out here. Once again, your leader is in that orange and blue. Give him a little bit of love if he comes up on you. Almost getting it wrong. Trying to play it safe right now, but Hunter Hayes is starting to close the gap just a little bit. Gonna give him plenty of room. Thank you very much. Courteous driving right there. That number 2 car is behind you in that all pink. Brandon Good now going to find himself in the 3. How about Brandon Smith all the way from the 11th to the 4? Figured something out coming into this main. All sorts of wild moves going on here. Your leader getting tangled up. The battle is on here between 1 and 2. Steve Hobson in that blue and orange. Hunter Hayes in the 2. Trouble in the kicker. Trouble in that kicker section. Got one more on the kicker. Let's play nice out there, drivers. We got a whole bunch of cars on the track right now. Looks like Steve might have gotten the worst end of that stick right there, trying to catch back up to Hunter. He's on an absolute charge right now. He's in that orange and blue. Give him a little bit of room if he comes up on you. Your leader in that all pink through the center section. He goes onto the left side of the track now, past that factory team sign, over the crossover and onto the kicker. Looks like we even got some spectators over there. Thank you very much, guys, for joining us. Want to learn more? Make sure you check us out on ROCCK Racing. No cars between that 1 and 2. So the battle is on right now. Great battle going on between Brian and John for that number 4 spot. Only 0.3 between the two. With 5 minutes on and 5 minutes left to go, still plenty of racing left in this race. Looks like Steve's starting to close the gap. He's only got about 2 corners away from your leader. Throw him on the other side, Ryan, on the other side. Getting the worst end of that right there for Steve. Steve just having all sorts of trouble trying to get through traffic. He's doing his best out there. Finds himself in a whole gaggle of cars. Hunter Hayes going to find himself now in that number 1. Trouble on the straightaway. The battle is on now between Steve and Brandon. That is for your second podium spot. Right now, Hunter Hayes just looking to check out. Got about 20 seconds on that second spot. Brandon good now from the 4 to the 2. Looks like Brandon's going to drop a little bit down the board. Got a couple drivers out early. Your running order is Hunter in the 1, Brandon in the 2, Steve in that 3, John in the 4, and James rounding out your top 5. Coming out next is going to be Open Nitro Buggy. Going to need Ryan, Bobby, Greg, Cameron, Gene, and Levi. I know there's a couple of you guys marshaling out there. I'll give you a few extra minutes to get all warmed up. With 7:40 down and 2:20 left to go, time's ticking away here. As a few of these drivers are out early, it looks like we're starting to find some time here. Bit of a long lap there for Hunter. Where is Brandon is the question. Is Brandon starting to close some time here? If I'm not mistaken, I think Brandon's in that all gold. Let's see. Yes, he is. Brandon is in that all gold. He finds himself only about 3 to 4 corners away from Hunter. So still, the battle is on for that number 1 spot. All it's going to take is one mistake from Hunter, and Brandon is right there. Steve still rocking in that number 3 spot. John in the 4, and James Keaton finding himself in that top 5. Said he fixed up a sway bar when I was talking to him in the trailer. Said he had it disconnected for round 2, but right now it's looking good from the 8 to the 5. Does Brandon Good now have it left in the tank? He makes up a second and a half that time by. He's going to need a few heaters here
1 minute
as
left.
Hunter is starting to make his way up on traffic. Brandon's going to have to push it. He's got maybe 3 laps left in the tank here to try to catch Hunter. Hunter getting it a little bit wrong. There's only a straightaway between the two. It's 2.7. Can he catch him on this last 2 laps? Just as I say that, Brandon getting it wrong in a tough spot nonetheless. Almost 2 marshals colliding right there. Man, the battle was starting to heat up. Hunter got all sorts of room off of that. Plenty of breathing room now. Just has to keep it wheels to the ground. Steve Hobson now reeling in that number 2 spot of Brandon. This is going to be the last lap, drivers. Last lap here.
1.
You will be
David
done when you
Hayes
cross the
done.
line.
Hunter Hayes done. JT Keaton done. Brandon Smith done. Denson Minton done. Brandon Goodnow done. Steve Hobson done. All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are
Shaw
finished.
done.
Taking it down is going to be Hunter Hayes, Mr. Butters himself, with a 24:10.04. Brandon Goodnow started closing the gap, but finds himself in the 2. And Steve Hobson rounding out your top 3.
The race is completed.
All right, I'm going to need my drivers from race 3 and 4 for podiums. Going to need my drivers from race 3 and 4. That is Open Nitro Truggy. That is going to be Seth Rowlett, John Shaw. And for Open E-Bugging, well, actually, I can't do race number 4 because they're getting ready for Nitro here. So I'll get you guys after. Like I said, I'll go ahead and give you guys a minute. I know you're out there marshaling. I should hopefully have enough marshals out there. I tried to make it so that our heaviest race was marshaling for Nitro, as I know some of you guys are pitting as well.
Levi Carter. Greg Swiatek.
We're already looking good on marshals. Thank you very much, guys. All right, I'll give you guys about a minute to get all warmed up, and then we'll get going.
Cameron Landrath. Jean Sabatier.
I'll go ahead and give you guys an extra minute. I know we had a couple of drivers out there marshaling, so they're getting out there now. All right, drivers, 1 minute on the clock. 1 minute on the clock.
Ryan Noland.
Thirty seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. One over on the right side, one over on that right side. All clear. 15 seconds, drivers. All right, Greg, you're going to be the last one to pass if you want to take one more. All right, let's start bringing them in. Let's start bringing them in, drivers. Let's start bringing them in. If you guys want to start getting out there for our lineup, if you guys want to bring them in or get them on the starting line, whatever works for me. But all stop on the straightaway. Don't want anybody getting hit. So your running order is going to be Ryan Noland in the 1, Bobby Smith in the 2, Greg Swiatek in the 3, Cameron Landreth in the 4, Gene Sabatier in the 5, and Levi Carter rounding out your top 6. Cameron, do you have somebody to fuel you mid-race? Do you have somebody to fuel you mid-race? No? Okay. I'll have Tom fuel you. All right, drivers, let's start fueling them up, fueling them up, fuel them up. Oh, we got a call off. Got a call off. Trying to get Greg restarted here. All right, he said all good. Jacob, can you help out Cameron to fuel him mid-race? All right, let's start refueling him. Let's start refueling him. Looks like Austin's going to help us out real quick. Thank you very much, sir. All right, let's fuel him up, fuel him up, fuel him up. I'll stop. Okay, okay. Who are we waiting on? Bobby, all right. Let me know when you're good. Give me a thumbs up. All right, ring him out, ring him out, ring him out. Down and quiet. And here we go for our open Nitro Buggy A main. You're good after this one, Austin. All right, as these guys get settled out, let's see how everything sorts out. Jacob, are you going to have Cameron on a refuel? All right, awesome. Thank you very much, sir. Bit of trouble over that double-double. Bobby getting it wrong over that crossover. Greg going for a little bit of a tumble. That got a little scary. Let's see how everything sorts out right now. It is Ryan Nolan to the point in our open Nitro Buggy. He's on a good pace right now. Bobby Smith in the 2 and Greg in that top 3. Going back to our Sportsman Nitro Buggy, it is all Cameron Landreth doing everything right with a 34, 15, 20. Levi Carter in the 2 and Gene rounding out your top 3. Looked like we had a little bit of signage here on the left side of the track. Not sure what it is. Just trying to give Austin a little gift over here. With 2 minutes down and 13 left to go. Got a flame out in the middle. Flame out in the middle. One dead in the middle. One dead in that middle. Believe that might have been Levi. Tough break there as he was chasing down Gene. How is that going to sort everything out? You got one more and you should be clear if you want to cross. With 3:15 down and 11:45 left to go. Your leader getting it wrong. Greg getting it wrong as well. Hopefully we can get Levi refired so he can finish this race out. Still 11 minutes left to race and still plenty of time to race. You got one coming, one coming. Let's take a lap around with our leader. The iconic pink/red wing over on the right side. That is Ryan Noland. Took down a nice win in our open e-buggy. Him and Rylan were battling it out, having some good races. Got a little bit of breathing room, and that's all it took. Looking good as he makes his way through that left side of the track. Past the factory team sign, over the crossover now. Over the kicker. And onto the three little bumps down the straightaway. All I had to do was talk about him. He ran his hot lap with a 22.4. Seems like Ryan Nolan's one of those drivers that just likes the extra pressure. Under pressure, he starts laying down some heaters. Doing everything right now. Taking a look back at our Sportsman Nitro buggy. How about Cameron Landreth? 36.525. Or I should say 15.25. My apologies. Forgot this is a 15-minute race. With 5:30 down and 9:30 left to go. Trouble at the end of the straight. Your closest battle is between Cameron and Gene. About a 16-second gap between those two. Coming out next is going to be Open 4-Drive SCT. We're going to be looking for Derek, Austin, David, Sean, and Tony. But taking a look back at the action on the track, your running order for Open is Ryan, Bobby, and Greg. Those three looking good so far. Hopefully we can get Levi refired. With 6:45 down, 8:15 left to go. Now's the time to start thinking about pit stops. Most of these guys usually do about the halfway strategy in these 15-minute races. Right around that 7:30 to 8-minute mark, we start to see a lot of drivers coming for fuel. Soft break there for Levi. Looks like he is out early. Tell you what, don't count out Bobby Smith just yet. I mean, he's 18 seconds back, but still looking good nonetheless. As some of these drivers start to make their way into the pit lane. That was Bobby in and out right there. There's another one. That was our leader. Gene coming up right behind him. Cameron probably going to have to come in for fuel sometime soon. Looks like his pit guy's calling out to him. Here we go into the pit lane. We got two coming in. Looks like Cameron's going to start playing a bit of a longer strategy here. Hasn't come in for fuel yet. Hopefully this lap, as we are at the 8:30 mark. Yes, he is. Pitman is calling him in right now. Great stop right there. Fueling him up quick from that duo team. How about that? Can't get much better than that for a fuel stop. In and out he goes. That is your leader, Gene, in that number 2. Looks like we had two buggies tangled with each other. Both pulling the throttle, both not going anywhere. Kind of funny to watch, to be honest. But nonetheless, taking a look back at our battle. Gene trying to steal a little bit of time away from Cameron. Bit of a long lap here from your Sportsman Nitro leader. How is this going to sort everything out? Gene looking like he made up a ton of time here. It was 25 last time by. It is now, how about 11? Made up almost 14 seconds in one lap. Couple of bobbles, all it took. With 10 minutes down and 5 minutes left to go, that is your closest battle on the track. That may have been Bobby getting it wrong. Looks like Ryan's going to sneak on by to put one lap on him. Bit of trouble over the double-double. All clear now. With 11 minutes down and 3:50 left to go, time's ticking away. Let's see what the closest battle on the track is. It is still Cameron and Gene. Those two pretty much trading back and forth. Talking to Cameron earlier, he said he's about 5 hours away from here. Good to see him joining us today here for our point series in Knoxville, Tennessee. Says he hasn't raced too much, and I believe he said almost 10 months, but right now he's looking good either way. After touching a radio for not that long, he is looking solid out there. Got that natural ability as a driver. Got a flame out from, I believe that was Greg. Seth trying to get him refired and going once again. Your closest battle is still Cameron and Gene, but it's pretty much been 20 seconds all race. Not too much has changed in that battle. Let's take a lap around with some of your leaders here. I'll try to catch Cameron next time by. He's going to be your silver with a little bit of blue and purple in the front, but as that car starts to get dirtier, it's a little harder to see. I'll call it the silver car to make it easy.
2 minutes left.
With only 2 minutes left to go, your leader for our sportsman coming in now for fuel. Just playing it safe right now. Just a quick fuel. Trying to make sure he doesn't flame out. Playing it safe and smart. Coming through the rollers in that center section. Now under the crossover he goes. Over that crossover, a little wide, but he shoots it back in tight to that pipe. And down the straightaway, that is a lap with your leader, Cameron Landreth, in our Sportsman Nitro buggy. How about Ryan Noland in the hot pink wing? Let's see if he can run some heaters for us. He's got maybe 2 laps to do it. Good line right there from Nolan through that center section. Up over the rollers.
1 minute left.
Going a little wide. But great line through there. Tons of speed. That was a fast lap. 22-2. Can he beat that lap? Over the double-double he goes. Through the center section. Slows down to make sure he doesn't get tangled. He's got maybe 1 more lap to do it. I know he's got it in him. Pedal to the metal right now for Ryan Noland. Bit of a tough line through there. He caught a bump. It looks like got a little bit swirly. It's going to need a fast right side. And he does it, 22-0. He's flirting with a 21-second lap. Does he have it in that car is the question. This is the last lap to do it. As time is finished, finish your lap you're on, drivers.
Bobby Smith done.
Going sideways. Does he have it? Oh, he was close to the 22-2. Just waiting on a finish from Cameron. Cameron last to finish. One to finish.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished.
Cameron
Taking it
Landreth
down
done.
is going to be Ryan Noland in the 1, Bobby Smith in the 2 for our open nitro buggy. Taking a look back at our sportsman, it is Cameron in the 1, Gene in the 2, and Levi rounding out your top 3.
The race is completed.
Now coming out is going to be race number 7. It is going to be open 4-wheel drive SCT. It is going to be Derek, Austin, David, Sean, and Tony. Well, we have this time. Can I have my drivers from, I believe we
David
need
Higgins.
race 4 and race 5
Tony
over
Hall.
4 podiums. That is going to be Brandon, Steve, and Hunter. Need those 3 over 4 podiums. I'm also going to need,
Derek Body.
I don't think I can get Ryan over there just yet as he
Sean
just
Holloway.
raced. I'll let him marshal and get over there next time through. No, we'll do it after. I'll let you go ahead and marshal. I don't want to push it by any means. All right, just need a check from Austin. This should be Austin over here on the right side. Going to need all my marshals from last race.
Austin Rubin.
Going to need Ryan, Cameron, Bobby, Gene, Greg, and Levi out there to marshal. All right, I'll stop on the straightaway. Let's go ahead and start getting these guys lined up. It is going to be Derek Bodie in that one, rocking that wink wink slash machine out there. Austin in the 2, David in the 3, Sean in the 4, and Tony Hall in the 5. How are we looking on marshals? Just need one marshal in the center. We have all 6 covered. Just need one volunteer in the center, and we can get this thing going. One volunteer marshal in that center cone. Help us out. We've got a great track record today. Just need one volunteer to make it happen. One volunteer in that center section. Colton, to save the day. You are the man, sir. Thank you very much. All right, drivers, going to be an 8-minute main. Let's take it easy through the first corner. You guys know how to do it. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for our open 4 drive SCTA main. Let's let these guys get settled out here. Does Austin have anything in the tank for Mr. Derek Bodie? He's looking good right now. Makes the inside move happen. Derek Bodie not going to slide a 2. I just gave him the curse. How about David Higgins out of nowhere? Finding himself in that number 2. Looks like Derek got into him a little bit. Austin got just a little bit of breathing room. I hear when you start talking about Austin, though, he gets nervous. So let's take a lap around with him. Do him a favor right here as he makes his way down the straightaway now. Up there laughing on the stand. Coming through that double-double section. Going a little bit wide, drifting and around. Hits that bump through the center. Taking it clean and consistent. Up over that crossover. Over the kicker. Almost gets it wrong. A little scary right there. Now coming down the straightaway. That is your leader, Austin Rubin. David Higgins in that all-green machine in that number 2. Derek Bodie in that top 3. The battle is on between Derek and David. The slash machine of Derek. David in that number 2 in the green. Austin right now starting to find a bunch of breathing room. Doing everything right now. He figured something out coming to this main. Getting it a little bit wrong. Maybe I'm counting the chips just a little too early here. One getting it wrong over that double-double. Your leader getting a bit of a tumble. A little bit of a self-marshal, though. No harm, no foul. Where is Derek Bodie? He was 16, now he's 18. Austin starting to find some breathing room here. Great line right there from Derek. Sneaks onto the inside. bit of trouble over on that right side. That was David Higgins and I believe Tony Hall as well. With 4 minutes down and 4 minutes left to go, we are about halfway there. How about a 23-9 last time by from Austin? Backing it up with a 35-9. Holy cow. Gonna need a couple more of those 23s to get rid of that 35. Derek Bodie starting to close the gap just a little bit. He's 12.4 back. That breathing room is shrinking right now. Austin with a 23-4. Holding true to that word. As long as he can keep it in the park here. Bit of a long lap here from Austin. It was 13.9 last time by. What is it this time through? I believe this is Derek Bodie coming down the straightaway right now. It is 6.4. How about a 24-4 from Derek Bodie? That time is shrinking right now with 5:30 down and 2:30 left to go. Does Derek Bodie have enough left in the tank to reel in Austin? Well, looks like Austin made up a little bit of time right there. 7.2 is the gap. That is your closest
2
battle on the
minutes
track
left.
between 1 and 2. But your running order is Austin in the 1, Derek in the 2, David Higgins in that 3, Sean in the 4, and Tony in that top 5. Your leader coming down the straightaway now. That is your white body, yellow wheels. Great line through there. He was just about sideways coming up that tabletop. As he makes his way over the crossover, tries the inside-outside maneuver on David, but gets it wrong. Stuck on the pipe. Give him a little bit of love. Here comes Derek Bodie with 120 left to go. It is maybe a straightaway that separates these two. Derek Bodie in that black and blue becomes up on you. Give him a little bit of room. That is the battle for the lead. Derek getting it just a little bit wrong.
1 minute left.
With only 1 minute left, Austin's got to try to lock in here, run some clean and consistent laps. Try to hold on for this number 1 spot. Derek is fast, but he has a little bit of breathing room if he can keep it wheels down. Just like that, David going to let him by. There is no gap between these two anymore. It is nothing but racing on the track. Good lap right there from your leader, 24-7. Derek Bodie with a 24-2. Reeling him in little by little. Austin getting it wrong. With 17 seconds left, they might make it by for one more. It is going to be close. Derek Bodie getting it wrong. Bumping it on the pipe. Is that all it's going to take? Austin getting it wrong. Trying to get himself over that double.
2,
Here we go. Races to the
1.
line. Oh my God. Who wants it is the question. Austin on the
Well
wrong
done.
side of the track.
Austin Rubin done. Derek
The
Bodie done.
line.
David Higgins
I
done.
won't even tell you who had it because that was pretty funny.
All drivers are finished. Sean
The
Holloway done.
line is the question. It was Austin Rubin in the number 1, Derek Bodie in the 2. By only 0.2 on the track. Oh my God. David Higgins in the 3, Sean in that 4, and Tony in that number 5 spot. What a race to the end. Wow. That has to have been one of the best finishes I've seen so far at this track. That was great to watch.
The race is completed.
Man, I'll tell you what, you guys make it hard up here to announce sometimes.
Ribbon
I was
Rylan
too
Rubel.
busy laughing up here in the booth trying to call out what was going on.
JC Hunt.
Looked like Austin pulled a bit of a WWE move at the end, trying to
Ryan
wrestle
Gerber.
his way in.
Steve Hobson.
Man, that was great. But coming out now is going to be Open E-Trucky A-Main. We're going to be looking for
Colton
Steve,
Taylor.
Brian, Colton, Rylan, Greg, and JC.
Greg Swiatek.
All right, going to need all my marshals from last race. That was Austin, Derek, David, Sean, and Tony. Let's go ahead and start getting them lined up. It is going to be Rylan Rubel in that one spot, Greg in the 2, JC Hunt in the 3, Steve Hobson in the 4, Brian Gerber in the 5, and Colton Saylor rounding out your top 6. Here, Steve Hobson's looking to put on a charge after that E-Buggy race. Got caught up with traffic a little bit. Had a good car nonetheless. We just need one marshal in the center and one on that left side, and we can get going here. Need one volunteer on that right side and one on the left cone. Need 2 volunteers, 2 volunteers. We can make it happen. Keep it going. Let's finish off on a strong note here, drivers. Looks like Jacob's going to help us out. Thank you very much, sir. Need one more. Yeah, over on that right side. Thank you very much, Hunter. Looks like Jacob's over here setting somebody up for failure. Getting them all dialed in here. No chokes in the first corner, he says. All right, drivers. This is going to be race number 8, our final race of the day. Let's take it easy. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go. Rylan Rubel in the Rent-A-Ride. Let's see how everything sorts out here. One airing it out over there. One jumping at the straightaway. Holy cow. Almost catching more airtime off of a car than some of these jumps out here. But right now we are 45 seconds down, 9:15 left to go. It is Rylan Rubel to the top of the board. Greg Swiatek in the 2. JC Hunt in the 3. That 2 and 3 battle rages on through that double-double. These two have been rivals all day long. One in the middle. He goes on the straightaway. Heads up on the straightaway. All clear, all clear. That got a little scary. Steve Hobson now going to find himself in that top spot. Brian Gerber in the 2. Colton Saylor in that 3 for our sportsman division. Everybody running some hot laps right now. Trouble in the middle. All clear. I believe that may have been your leader of Hobson. That may have allowed Brian Gerber to sneak on by. I believe Gerber is rocking that all-white machine. Yes, he is. Gerber now going to find himself in the top spot. Both running a techno ride. Gerber pretty much going sideways. Steve getting it wrong. little bit of a dance move trying to get it back on the wheels. With 2:15 down in, 7:45 left to go. Bit of a long lap there for Greg. Oh, I take that back. No, it was not. My apologies. It is Brian Gerber leading the way. Steve Hobson in the 2. Colton Saylor in that 3 for our Sportsman E-Truggy division. How about Rylan Rubel ripping off his hot lap, a 22-0. Looking pretty good in that Techno right now. Showing us sometime it's not the car, it's just the driver behind the wheel. Your leader getting love from both the front car and the back car. Going side by side, almost clacking wheels over the jump. Whoa, bit of carnage coming over that kicker. Who's going to make it out alive? Going to let him on through. Thank you very much, sir. Nice courteous driving. Steve Hobson is right there. He's got his sights on Brian Gerber right now. Trouble in that middle. Your closest battle on the track is between Rylan and Greg. They're only 7.6. But I think right now, Greg may have made up some serious time just looking at him on the track. That was Rylan. Here comes Greg. Greg 1.8 back from Rylan. Both of these drivers on a Techno machine. Not sure what generation it is, but I know they are both Techno Truggies out there. Rylan in that Donald Hayes Rent-A-Ride. Greg Swiatek running his own personal ride right now. With 4:35 down and 5:30 left to go. Colton Saylor ripping off a 32-0, his hot lap of the race. How about Rylan Rubel, 22-0? Only 4 seconds separates the two of them. Trying to find a little bit of a comfort zone away from Greg. Trouble on the kicker, trouble on the kicker. Keep it inside on the kicker. Keep it inside still. All clear, all clear. Looks like Colton caught under a pipe right there. Derek Bodie going to get him going once again. Brian Gerber and Steve Hobson, the battle is on. It is 6.2 between those two drivers. Brian Gerber getting it wrong down at the end of the straightaway. Steve Hobson in the rearview mirror. Brian Gerber getting it wrong. Here comes Steve. Only a car separates the two. That is the battle for 1 and 2. Steve going to give, I believe that may have been JC, just a little bump and run. He's got no time to wait. He's got Brian Gerber on his tail. I should say in front of him. My apologies. Brian Gerber has Steve Hobson on his tail right now. Steve's sending it into the pipe at the end of the straightaway, but no harm, no foul. Whoa, just had one car come from the crossover into the lane. That got a little sketchy. Steve Hobson getting it wrong. Is that the breathing room that Brian Gerber needed? That was Rylan Rubel. Trouble in the middle section. All clear, all clear. All sorts of carnage on the left side. Who's going to make it out? Trouble over the crossover. You got one coming, one coming. Another one behind it. You are all clear. You're all clear, Derek. Looks like Brian Gerber getting it wrong. Nothing but open field in front of him for Steve
2
Hobson
minutes left.
with 2 minutes left to go. Your closest battle on the track is between Brian and Steve still. But your running order is still Rylan Rubel in the 1, Greg Swiatek in the 2, JC Hunt in the 3, 4, our open E-Truggy. Looking back at our sportsman E-Truggy, it is Brian in the 1, Steve in the 2, and Colton rounding out your top 3. Steve getting it wrong coming onto the straightaway. That time he desperately needed. Giving Brian just a little bit of breathing room. With 9 minutes down, 1 minute
minute
left to
left.
go. No close battles at this point. Outside of that battle between Brian and Steve, but it looks like Steve might need a few mistakes out of Brian here to make it happen. As time is ticking away right now. Looks like Colton might have had a shot go on him. He's got no front left shock right now, but still wheeling it. He wants to finish this race. Steve Hobson getting it wrong. Getting it all sorts of wrong right now.
Three, two, 1.
Looks like Brian's going to get caught at the line, but he's going to take the win in Sportsman
Brian Gerber
E-Truggy. Everybody else, you will be done when you cross the line.
Ripon Rylan Rubel done.
Rylan, you're
Colton
done.
Saylor done.
Colton, you're done. Greg, you're
Greg
done. Just waiting
Swiatek
on the
done.
finish from Steve and
Steve
JC.
Hobson done. All drivers are finished.
And that is the race.
JC Hunt done.
Taking it down
race
is going to
is
be Brian
completed.
Gerber in the 1, Steve Hobson in the 2, Colton Saylor in that 3. That was for your Sportsman E-Truggy. Taking a look back at our open E-Truggy is Rylan in the 1, Greg in the 2, and JC in the 3. Great racing right there. If you guys need podium pictures, make sure you make your way on over to Podiums for podium pictures. Tom's going to help us out. But beside that, I want to thank everybody for coming out for our TNA round number 5. Don't forget, we have our round 6 and 7 coming up for our eventual round number 8 for the finishing round. Just a quick reminder, if you guys are planning on attending round number 8, please make sure you sign up on RC Sign Up. Even if you get signed up early, gives us a little bit of a better idea what we have to prepare for food and preparations for that race. Because don't forget, we have our raffles and we have our food at that race with every entry. Every entry you had counts as a raffle entry as long as you are on site. We need you at the track for round number 8 if you want those raffle tickets. I believe it is about a month and a half away. But either way, I'll end it off on this. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Hopefully, it was a great day of racing we put on for you. And if you got any questions, make your way on over to the booth. I'll go ahead and throw on practice. If you guys want any practice laps, feel free, as practice will be open. Colton Saylor, if you're around, if you want to make your way on over to the booth. Colton Saylor, if you want to make your way on over to the booth. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and drown the track. We're gonna put a lot of water out there just to try to keep some liquid into the track. So I would say at this point we're probably gonna close down practice. My apologies. Make sure you guys check and make sure you have your radio I have a radio picked up from the blow-off station. It is a Fly Sky. Once again, make sure you have your radio, especially if you have a Fly Sky. Just want to make sure somebody doesn't leave their radio behind. Greg, do you have your radio? Okay, he said he's all good. All right, I'm just trying to fiddle down this list a little bit, who it could be.